I'm Marcus Extavour. I'm welcoming here, everyone. I'm going to introduce my colleagues in a few minutes. What I'd love to do is just kick things off with a few minutes thinking about the carbon removal landscape as it sits today. We all know this field is moving quickly, but I'd like to share a few thoughts on how we see the landscape today and how we think the prize is situated in that landscape, and a little bit of the story of how this all came together. We realize this is, for many people, our first introduction to you. So we'd like to tell you a little bit about how this prize came to be as well. So with that, let us please get the slides going, and I'll take a few minutes to share some thoughts on this world we find ourselves in, working on carbon removal. Okay. Now, am I going to see the slides in this view when they get up? Maybe. Okay, right there they are. Perfect. Oh, I don't see the slides. I just see a desktop. Does everybody else see slides? Someone give me a thumbs up or... No slides yet. Okay, great. Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to record right now, so.
Fantastic. And let me just say, I'm loving seeing the hellos coming in.
Recording in progress.
Hello, everybody from wherever you are. We realize we're all in all kinds of different time zones, but it's, look, I don't want to start by getting too corny on you, but it's pretty cool to see this carbon removal community just chiming in here on the Slack, on the chat. So hello, everybody. We'll get into it. All right, so this is XPRIZE carbon removal, supported by the Maza Foundation. If this slide looks familiar to you, you're in the right place. Go ahead, please. Next slide. So we know what that is. That's good old planet Earth. I put this slide up here because I want to stop and pause and appreciate the fact that, isn't it amazing that carbon removal is now something that's talked about when we talk about this, planet Earth and climate and sustainability. That wasn't always the case. It wasn't talked about much even just a few years ago. And, you know, maybe we're still in this period where a lot of us are debating, is this relevant for climate? I think if you're on this call, you probably think the answer is yes. But I just want to remark that the idea of CO2 removal, the idea of greenhouse gas removal more generally, is now becoming part of the broader climate conversation. We'll get into some of the other elements of that, but I just want to stop and appreciate that fact. I think that's why we're here, but it's important to just say that because this wasn't always the case, and it's something we can't take for granted. I think all of us hope that we will be part of showing exactly how it can be part of climate solutions in the years to come. Next slide, please. Here's another diagram that you may recognize. This is from the CDR primer. If you haven't had a chance to look at that document online, I strongly recommend it. We've learned a lot from it ourselves here at XPRIZE, and it's a great reference as well. But I want to put this into context because, yes, we're talking about carbon removal in the context of climate solutions, but as everyone here is, I'm sure, familiar with, maybe have these conversations yourself, there's still a lot of confusion about what place it can, what its role is and what place it can, or what role it can play. This cartoon picture puts that into some perspective. I want to start by pointing out that, look, this is a cartoon showing emissions going up, and then, you know, our goal roughly is to peak them and then decrease them significantly, and then to get to a net zero plateau. Reduction of emissions is still probably our #1 objective in the climate space. This is what a lot of people are working on. We think people should continue to work on these. Everybody here, I'm sure, has heard the idea that carbon removal can be confused with direct emissions reductions or other mitigations. I want to show this diagram and just share plainly here that our perspective at XPRIZE is that these things aren't in competition with one another. Carbon removal is not a replacement for emissions reductions, but it is the kind of thing that is going to offset, at minimum, those most difficult to abate CO2 emissions over time. So this is kind of I like this diagram, not just because it's from the primer, but because it sort of encapsulates our view of why carbon removal is so important. And even if it isn't the most important thing for us to do today, we are going to need this capability over the coming decades. The cartoon aptly shows that we have almost zero installed additional carbon removal capacity today. So even if we want to get to even 1 gigaton, which is relatively modest, and this diagram shows pretty modest estimates, even to get there is a as a massive lift over the next 25, 30 years, let's say. So just want to make that part clear. There's a lot more to say on that point, but I just want to point out that that's very much the way in which we look at carbon removal. We need it. We don't have it. We've got to start now developing the multitude of solutions that can develop and scale carbon removal over the next few decades. Let's do it. I just happened to see that chat. Okay. Carbon removal 101. I'm going to tell you things you already know, but I want this definition to be very crystal. This is also scoping for the competition. We are talking about CO2 capture, getting the CO2 molecules from wherever they reside, whether air or ocean. Processing, which could mean a million things. It could mean the metabolic process of a plant, a growing plant or an animal. It could mean a chemical process that you build and execute and power with heat or electricity. And then some kind of sequestration. These three things are what we are calling carbon removal. I'm not saying this because I think you don't know this, you know this, but just to be clear on our definitions, CO2 capture alone is not carbon removal. Sequestration of point source post-combustion CO2 emissions, not carbon removal. This slide shows what we mean by when we say carbon removal. And I think you've seen this reflected in the scoping documents for this competition as well. So I just want to make that point clear. We've had a ton of interest in the competition, many questions, many people asking us things like, can I make short-lived CO2 materials? Can I start from point source capture? And we always come back to this definition. We say no short-lived CO2 materials if that's not considered sequestration, and no point source capture if that's not actually executing removal from air or ocean. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so what's changing in the space? Well, look, it's changing very fast. For a lot of people, I think carbon removal burst onto their consciousness with the 2018 IPCC 1.5 degree report. That's a bit of a mouthful, but you may have heard of this or even read the report. Since then, a ton of new conversation has been generated around carbon removal. And look, all of us here are part of that. Some of the new narratives that we see emerging around the topic, you'll be familiar with some of these, and some maybe not quite yet, but these are some observations. So first, there's the idea of, as I said, CDR becoming part of the climate conversation. Well, should we consider it adaptation? Should we consider it mitigation? Should we consider it its own thing? I'm not saying there's a right answer here. I personally tend to think about it as sort of maybe mitigation, but maybe its own category. But the point is, a lot of people are trying to figure out what carbon removal is and what its place is. And probably everybody on the call has views on that too. Another theme is oil and gas. We've all encountered this. Not everybody is comfortable with the idea of oil and gas being heavy supporters of carbon removal. So far, they are for certain limited technologies, but it's still very early days. But just a conversation around the place of oil and gas. I think you'll probably find everything from people hoping that carbon removal is a get out of jail free card for business as usual. That doesn't sound quite right. All the way through to maybe positive actors who can't really act positively because of their past reputation, and then everything in between. So suffice it to say, the conversation around the role of oil and gas, if there is to be any, I think is heating up, and you've probably come across that too. Mitigation, deterrence, or moral hazard. If we focus on carbon removal, does that take away money, attention, time, conversation, brain power for mitigation? This is something that I think we're going to be talking about for a long time. We've been talking about it for a while. You've probably all had conversations like this too. I think for us, what we could say, I think at XPRIZE, is that we absolutely recognize that there is a risk that this can become a distraction, but it's up to us to focus our attention and make sure that it's not the case. I'll call out, I think it's Science-Based Target Initiatives was one of the first groups I saw that said we should focus on making our mitigation and drawdown targets separately from our carbon removal targets, just to avoid any confusion about mitigation deterrence. So that's just one idea floating around of many. Number 4, climate tech VC is booming by many different measures. There's more capital flowing into climate tech or sustainability tech or even clean energy 2.0 or 3.0, depending on how you count, than ever before. That's part of a broader capital boom on Earth, it seems. But climate tech VC and other forms of investing and capital are growing in terms of amounts. I'm not sure if that's going to continue through next year or the year after. I haven't seen projections, but so far, just counting actual deal flow, it seems quite big. This, I think, is probably a good thing for this space. This is the kind of development capital we need. Not only this, but I think it can certainly help. And probably a lot of people in the audience are closer to this if you're actually engaging with that directly. Number 5, the idea of environmental justice and a just transition being now brought to bear on carbon removal. You're going to see this in a lot of actually the way we're approaching the milestone submission for this competition. But just this concept, I don't think was something that was on the radar 5 years ago or 3 years ago in the carbon removal community. I certainly wasn't aware of it then, but it's certainly something that's come on strong, and we're trying to embrace that and actually push the conversation forward a little bit if we can, meaning we'll be asking you to help push the conversation forward as you develop carbon removal solutions. To get wonky for a moment, Article 6, carbon offset markets. If you followed COP26, Article 6 was one of the sort of lesser covered but possibly important elements of the Paris Accord that was for negotiation and hopefully finalization. These establish rules for international carbon credit and offset markets. And many of you working in CDR are interested in those markets, perhaps to offer negative removal credits and offsets into purchasing programs of the like of Stripe and Microsoft and Shopify and others, and other transactions that are coming down the pipe that you maybe are already participating in or considering doing so. So the whole idea of carbon removal credits, participating in credit markets, it's not a new thing, but I think it's certainly a trend that's growing, and probably going to see more conversation around that. Just a couple more here in the trends and narratives where I move on. Trade-offs and choices. What I mean here is the idea that, okay, we've gone from carbon removal being a fringe topic to carbon removal probably being necessary in many different scenarios to stay under 1.5 or 2, and possibly being included in other scenarios the longer we let our emissions continue to rise. But the point I'm making here is that I think carbon removal is going to start to mature into a conversation around, well, how much carbon removal do we need specifically, and where and when, and exactly fitting it into sort of a mosaic of different different climate solutions. As I said, right now, I think we've got to the idea that carbon removal is a necessary thing, but exactly where and how much and when, I think, are still questions for discussion. And they're probably going to involve not just projection and analysis, but judgment and trade-offs. It'll be up to us, maybe governments, to decide how much carbon removal to develop, of what type and when. And finally, it's important to just say this, CO2 emissions continue to rise. That means a lot of different things, but I think it means the way that CO2 removal, carbon removal is viewed in the sort of spectrum of climate solutions will probably continue to change depending on just how quickly we can peak emissions or what rates they continue to rise. So a few thoughts and notes on some emerging narratives. The next slide, please. Also, it seems like carbon removal is making news maybe every week now. It used to be maybe every quarter or every 6 months you'd hear something. Now I feel like every week, almost every day, there's something new. Just a couple of highlights. Just recently, University in München in Munich, LMU announced a coordinated nationwide program to study CO2 removal. Specifically, 10 new joint projects are being launched. This is a really exciting initiative. We're just getting to know more about this. Probably people on the call are already involved, but this is just something brand new to be aware of. It shows that partnerships between academia and governments are coming together to examine the topic of CO2 removal and try to identify, promising solutions. In the middle, I want to give a shout out to Carbon Gap, an organization I personally just found out about. I recognize some of the names associated with it. A new independent climate non-for-profit focusing on eliminating CO2 that's already heating up the planet. They're based in Europe, focused on European communities. So this is great. Many people here may already be involved, but just to see new organizations popping up, I think is a great sign and further evidence that there's a lot of energy here. Finally, here in the United States, the Department of Energy, through the infrastructure bill, if you follow US politics, has a tremendous amount of appropriated money for carbon removal, specifically direct air capture hubs. So this is the idea of the state investing in industrialization of carbon removal through these hubs. $3.5 billion is a huge amount of money for any community, for any jurisdiction. And to see that brought into the carbon removal landscape is huge. So probably a lot of people, that's already on their radar, but that's something for us to watch over the next few years and perhaps support Department of Energy in coordinating the spending of those funds. Okay, another observation. People are trying new stuff. People are trying different and unusual ways of partnering. And I just want to, this is a trend I think that shows that the field is starting to I won't say quite mature in the sense that we're deploying left, right, and center, but people are definitely maturing in their thinking and getting creative. And again, we're seeing new actors come into the space. So let's just flick through a couple of these quickly. The next slide, please. These are logos that you'll all recognize, and we probably know well the types of programs that they're working on. I won't read them out one at a time. I just want to point out that this is not the kind of thing, you know, anyone would have expected even 3 or 4 years ago, and yet we see it happening today. Next slide, please. I'm just going to go through a couple of examples. So we've known Stripe, you know, you never think of a payments company necessarily as a lead actor in carbon removal, and yet here they are very cleverly finding ways to support the community, and I think more planned, and very exciting, not just doing this as an interesting side project, but as a way that can actually be integrated into and support their core business, which I think is the real trick that'll probably make this, you know, impactful and sustainable for them over the long term. We may have some Stripe folks, you know, we know Stripe folks are part of this community. I don't know if anyone's on this call, but of course, you know, we know what they're up to a little bit, and we look forward to hearing more news from them. Next slide, please. Here's an interesting one. Again, this is in public. This was announced a few months ago, but Microsoft, Chevron, and Schlumberger partnering around a bioenergy and CCS plant, or maybe we call it a BCARS plant now. This is something I personally never would have thought. I never would have thought Microsoft as an organization would be involved in a device that looks like this on the page. And yet here they are, probably because they're interested in, as they say publicly, more removals, more scale, and participating more deeply in the market. So it's an example of just an unusual partnership, but that seems to be making sense. And look, you know, we wish them all the best. And just one or two more of these. Here's another one: Goldman Sachs, the Nature Conservancy, and Apple getting together to work on forestry offset credits. You may know that a lot of former Goldman people are now at the helm of the Nature Conservancy. So maybe that's one way this partnership came together. But, you know, 3 organizations that I think 3 or 4 years ago, we wouldn't have said are naturally going to go together to partner around climate. And yet here they are, focused on forestry offset credits. So, you know, unusual partnerships and unusual partners getting together, I think, is a good sign of new energy and new opportunity in the space. It at minimum means people are just thinking about things differently. Okay, now a couple more thoughts about what comes next. I won't read off all these points, but I just want to touch on a couple of the highlights. We have a lot of work to do. We all know this. I think for me, the one that stands out here is preparing for a lull halfway down the page. I think we're definitely seeing a lot of people interested in this space. There is growing excitement. There's growing enthusiasm. There will be a realization from people that haven't spent that much time in the space that, you know, this is actually quite difficult, and the pathway and the journey to scale can be quite long. Look at some of the people that are already doing it to see that they've had a long journey, and this is normal and to be expected. It doesn't mean we need to become discouraged, but I think being ready for a bit of disappointment and expectations for those people that thought, oh, maybe this is going to get wrapped up in a couple of years. I don't mean to be facetious when I say this. This always happens in new areas. Just being ready for that, being ready for, oh, wait a minute, this is sort of a long-term thing, and there's a lot of short-term gains, but this is also something we have to sustain. That kind of realization, I think, will come to a lot of people that don't track the field or aren't working on it every day. And that's okay. It's just the kind of thing we're going to be talking about with our friends and colleagues over the next few years. I think there's going to be continued conversation around some of the narratives I brought up before. You know, what is the proper role of justice and equity in this space? What is the role of, let's say, oil and gas or traditional industry? What is the role of new capital? And I'm not saying I have the answers to these questions, but we are all going to be engaged in these, and you're going to be a huge part of this. I'm sure you're already ready. So this is something that's going to happen. We have that work ahead of us. Next slide, please. There's a lot of opportunity in front of us as well. First, and you know, the prize is really focused here, and I'm going to hand it off to my colleague to speak more about the prize in a minute, but to demonstrate working removal. We talk a lot about CO2 removal solutions, but you are all in the audience here working on solutions to show how tangible carbon removal can be in many, many different forms. We are going to have to be careful. I'll go to the point about pushing back on the greenwash. We are going to all have to be careful. There are going to be groups and people that want to use carbon removal as an excuse to continue business as usual. And it's up to us to be vigilant to, I'll use the phrase call in, you know, call in those groups, those voices, and really try to have the conversation. Ask them what's behind that, try to come to a common ground. Look, this may not always work out. I don't want to make it seem like it's a snap, but there is going to be that effect. We are going to have to work through that. That's going to be part of this. And so I hope we're all up for it. We're definitely up for supporting you in this. And let's just go to the next slide, please. A couple other things. We're all on the same team. This community is relatively small. As I said, it's amazing to see over 500 people already on the Zoom right now. We can get tribal pretty quickly, like a lot of communities can. We can get into this frame of mind where only my approach can work and your approach can't win. It's possible that's true. You know, it's probably too soon to tell. It's, in my view, it's far more likely that several solutions are effective in several different places. And we're at such a stage that that trying to decide which is the best solution right away at this stage is probably premature. It's one reason we structured the prize, or solution type, I should say. It's one reason we structured the prize to be open in terms of scope. We don't care how you do the removal as long as it actually can be done. Another thing that I hope will make this work fun and will continue to be so fun is a lot of new people want to work in this topic. This is great. This is the kind of energy and dynamism that every new field needs to grow. We want new people. We need new people. Yeah, they're going to ask questions. They're going to bring their questions. We want to encourage that. So if you consider yourself a veteran in CDR, try to be welcoming to the next person coming in. They may just be your collaborator, or somebody can work with you, or maybe you'll work with them. So something to keep in mind. That will keep the space, I think, fun and exciting, but it also keep it rewarding. You know, we're all in this because we want to do meaningful work, and a growing tent and community of people that want to do the same is nothing but good. And at the same time, look, new talent, new ideas, new people means we all have to step up our game. All those great questions that newbies like to ask tend to be good questions, and that forces us all to raise our level. All right, so before I introduce the rest of my colleagues and the team, I'd love to just tell a bit of the story about how this prize came together, how we connected with the Musk Foundation, and how we come to this moment in time before we get into the details. So next slide, please. Okay, so this was a tweet from Elon Musk in January that set a lot of people, raised a lot of eyebrows in the community, like, wait, what, what's happening? So a bit of story, but how did this all come about? Well, you know that XPRIZE had been working on carbon for quite some time. Myself and a handful of my colleagues that we're going to meet in a minute, Nikki and Mike and Rupa, we had been working on the CO2 conversion prize called NRG COSIA Carbon XPRIZE. And we started that work in 2015, and we were mid-swing with that. It was around 2018 we first got a mandate internally from XPRIZE to start focusing on carbon removal. What that means for us is we started researching and executing our prize design process. And prize design for us is kind of like designing a game. What are the set of incentives that could add meaningfully to innovation in carbon removal? That was sort of our starting question. We talked to many different experts of all types, trying to get different input on different designs. We held workshops, and we went through our normal design process and developed a design that we thought could work. And it was a prize of around this size. That was 2019. 2020 and 2019, we were fundraising for that prize, trying to raise a huge amount of money. And some of you saw us out there in the community talking about this. The pandemic in 2020 took a bite out of our fundraising plans, as a lot of projects did. A lot of things changed up. We had to change our approach. But we stuck with it. And because we thought this would be not just a meaningful prize, but we thought we were in a good position to launch something like this because we had a lot of experience about what can work and what is difficult in CO2-oriented prizes at XPRIZE from our past experience. We were fortunate to connect with the Musk Foundation, and this tweet was sent out kind of right in the midst of our conversations with them. So it was an exciting beginning of the year. We were wrapping up one prize, but also knowing but not really able to talk about publicly that we were on track to be launching another prize. We connected with the Musk Foundation. We got some feedback on the design from Elon, from his team. They encouraged us to shorten up the time a little bit. They encouraged us to focus on speed. They encouraged us to focus on simplicity. So we adjusted the design a little bit. We went through another round of expert consultation in the spring. Some people on the call may have even been part of those consultations. We wanted to just stress test our designs from many different directions and get a lot of different expert input. That's our process. And then finally, that took us to a launch. So look, we couldn't be more thrilled to be working with the Musk Foundation and Elon Musk. It's great to get feedback from him on this topic. It's great to get his support for the topic. He could be a man of few words, I guess, on Twitter at least. This was his announcement the day we announced that we were actually doing this. And then we all know that we formally launched the prize in April. So that's just a bit of the backstory, and it's apropos. We just heard this morning that Elon Musk has been named Time Magazine Person of the Year. So we'll see what that brings, and hopefully that brings more conversation to the topic and to this prize itself. So check that out. Yeah, that's hot off the press. Just heard it on NPR this morning. Okay, I think this is my last slide before I transition to my colleague, Nikki. Just some faces. If you don't know us, get to know us. We're the XPRIZE folks. We actually have all worked together on the previous prize, NRG COSIA Carbon XPRIZE. So we've got good history together and on these topics. Rupa Dandamudi, you all know, is our team relations specialist. She's the person often first point of contact. She's the best person to answer a lot of questions and help guide you through your journey as a team. Mike Leitch is our technical lead. Mike Leitch is the person behind a lot of our technical rules and requirements. He leads a lot of that effort. He'll be leading the oversight of things like our validation efforts. And he's sort of our in-house lead engineer on the project. And Nikki Batchelor, who I'm going to hand to just in a moment, is our prize director. She does everything from drive our project forward to managing a lot of the internal details of the prize, to also representing the prize and doing a lot of the strategy and impact thinking about how we can take this prize forward. So with that, I would love to hand over to Nikki and ask her to take us through a bit more about the prize itself and where we're going.
Thanks, Marcus. Hi, everyone. It's so great to be kicking things off for the really exciting part of the prize. We've gotten past this team recruitment work that we've been doing for the last few months, trying to get the word out. But now we really get into the meat of it all, trying to, help all of the teams move forward with their ideas. So thank you for joining and for giving us this time this week in this virtual team summit. And hopefully we will be doing more of these and possibly in the future in person. So we look forward to seeing all of your faces as we get to know you over the next few years. I just wanted to start off and make sure everybody is familiar with who XPRIZE is. If you've been joining any of our webinars over the past few months, you've probably heard a little bit of this in terms of the background of our organization and how we do our work. But in case you're kind of new to the scene, or I know a lot of teams have kind of started adding new team members into the webinar today who might not have heard some of the background about the prize. So we just wanted to make sure that this is clear to everyone. So XPRIZE is a nonprofit. We want to make sure that everybody knows that. That is important when we think about our role as conveners in this space. Our headquarters are based in Los Angeles, although we have been virtual most of the recent period of time, but a lot of us are still based here in Los Angeles. We will be opening a new office to bring people together as well in person. We do our work in a way that's a little bit different than a lot of other nonprofits working on these topics, and that is we use the mechanism of an incentive prize competition to really drive innovation and try and make progress towards solving some of these really big, complex social problems. So we've been working on climate for a while at XPRIZE, but specifically we have kind of carved out this space in the carbon community. So Marcus mentioned that we worked on the previous competition, the NRG COSIA Carbon XPRIZE, which was really more on the utilization side of things, and we're excited to build on that work for carbon removal because it really opens up work into many new different areas and bringing in new innovation, and it also ties into some of the things that we've been doing in the past. So we do work in a number of different domains, so not just on climate. So that is one of our areas, but XPRIZE actually got its start in the space industry. So we launched our very first competition, the Ansari XPRIZE, which many people might be familiar with, which helped launch the private space industry. So that competition was a $10 million prize, and it was around 20 years ago now. So we've come a long way since that competition really kicked things off. But now the state of the organization is organized into a handful of different domains, which I have here listed on this slide. We've been kind of expanding and growing these, morphing them into different categories over the past few years. But really the top line areas that we look to work in as XPRIZE are exploration, environment, and human equity. So we have a number of different competitions that are live and active right now. We are just running one of those. So if you're interested, you can go to our website and check them out. But we just wanted to give you that context that, you know, there are other versions of this team that you see here on the call running different programs simultaneously. And we're trying to share lessons around how to drive innovation most effectively, how to foster ecosystems, how to have the biggest impact we can on the topics that we work on. High level here, a few statistics around the number of prizes we've launched and awarded. You'll see just the comparison of the dollar figures here, that this new competition is sizable. It is the largest competition we have ever run, but it is also really the largest incentive prize competition, private incentive prize competition in history. So that brings many new opportunities to the table in terms of the attention that we're receiving, the interest in the space, and we hope to leverage that for the benefit of all of your you know, scaling up plans over the next few years. So we run prizes not just to pick a winner, but really to help advance an industry. So our interest is not in the single winner, even though you might be here to win the main prize. We see that a lot of teams join competitions and participate in this to be part of that community, to collaborate with others. There's a term called cooperation that we also hear a lot of times at XPRIZE over the years, that, you know, people like to start working together. A lot of times we see teams merging, we see collaboration. You realize halfway through that you thought you could do it alone, but you were missing some big component of the answer in your work. So maybe you meet another team down the road and your solution comes out that much stronger. So that is what we hope for all of you. That is why we actually do team summits. That is probably the biggest reason why we try and convene everybody and, you know, force collaboration in this way, because sometimes you didn't know what you were missing until you find it on the other side. So we really appreciate the participation here, and, you know, we hope to try and allow you guys to get to know other teams, whether they're new people in the space, incumbents in the space. I know that the carbon removal community has really been growing and getting closer over the last few years. I mean, a huge shout out to air miners for all of their work, really trying to bring the space together. You know, we love the work they're doing. We work closely with them, and we'll continue to collaborate and partner with them on that kind of community building aspect. But it's also really a good opportunity that we have this dedicated timeline where everybody is working towards a shared goal for the competition. So we want to take advantage of that, and we hope that you see some value there. And if you have ideas, we are also, you know, always open to suggestions of ways to kind of engage the community, events that you'd like to see, whether in person, online, specific topics. So that is something that we will be doing on an ongoing basis over the next 4 years. So definitely hit us up with ideas, suggestions, things that would be valuable to your work. So now I just want to dig into a little bit of the high-level context of why we're here, this prize, how it works, and then we're going to go deep into the new rules document, which was released recently. Hopefully, most people on the call have had a chance to download the guidelines by now. The guidelines were what we released when we launched the prize back on Earth Day, and we have in the background been working really hard to build out all of the kind of technical nuance and detail behind what it means to compete in the prize, how we're going to evaluate each of the teams so that it's a fair, level playing field, and we can really get into some of that detail today. So I'm going to start higher level, and then when I hand it over to Mike, we'll go a little bit deeper into the rules, and we have some great guest speakers as well joining us today who will be partnering with us in a handful of different ways on different topics, but also we've been working with very closely, and you'll recognize some of those faces as well. But just to start at the beginning, the high level, really broad impact goal that we are here to bring attention to the problem and to increase the scale and supply of durable, low cost, scalable, and sustainable carbon removal solutions. That is a mouthful, but each of those words really means something significant. And you will hear us kind of refer to them throughout the structure of the competition and the rules and the guidelines. Everything kind of is building up to these categories, meaning something about what is important, what are important attributes for your carbon removal solutions. So Marcus kind of gave some of the background already about why carbon removal, how do we end up on this topic, why it's important, some of the also critical discussions that are happening in the community around this space, which are, you know, important to be aware of. And I know there are probably varying opinions about some of those topics within this community as well. And that's great because we can continue to have a debate and push those forward and also help educate the rest of the kind of climate space on what we're all doing here on carbon removal, which I think is going to be very important as we move forward. But really, we are trying to increase the pace of innovation through XPRIZE, and we're trying to increase the supply of innovation that can be used to tackle this problem. We have a few different objectives. These are, you know, kind of a breakdown of this impact statement in a more detailed way, but you know, when we're talking about increasing the supply, it's interesting because we have seen a lot of news about new and growing demand for carbon removal. All of these new companies that Marcus was mentioning that are getting into the space, like Stripe and Microsoft and Shopify, and there will be many more in the future, I'm sure. People want to support this space, but also there are a limited number of companies who are ready to sell carbon removal credits and to actually do the work that is needed to help those companies, you know, reach their own goals and to be growing at the pace that, you know, the problem really necessitates. So we are trying to have as many new, Tito always talks about it from an air miner's perspective as shots on goal. We've said that at XPRIZE over the years. We're trying to get as many demonstrations out there in the world to try and prove new viability of solutions that haven't been tested before, haven't been tested at reasonable scales, or, you know, are competing against other ideas that, you know, we have limited resources and capital available for to scale as we move forward in the world here. So you'll see that a huge part of our competition and something that really sets XPRIZE apart from many other nonprofits, but also competition organizations is this is about demonstrating the technical viability of the work that you're doing. It is not an ideas competition. We are here to actually show that something can work and bring resources to bear around verifying what that means and if it's effective. And that is a big portion of what Mike is spending his time thinking about, what we will bring partners in, and there will be several different phases of what that looks like. So in the beginning, we're starting at the top of the funnel. We want to see all of the ideas. We want to get all the concepts on the table. That is what this first kind of solution period is really, the submission period is really about for us. This phase one is getting everybody out of the woodwork, working on the solution. We do need to see evidence of some progress and physical demonstration, but you actually have the next few years to go deep on building out your system and making sure that everything works. And as the competition progresses, so will the standards and expectations and technical requirements for your demonstration. So you'll see that in the way that we build the competition. Marcus referenced that, you know, it's like designing a game. Each phase builds upon the last phase, and we're trying to, you know, allow time for the R&D that's necessary to do that, but also, you know, time to raise capital, time to find locations to do your demonstrations. All of those things are pieces to scaling this work, and we know that. That's kind of number 3 on here, really thinking about what does it mean to deploy the solutions in the world. Environmental justice is an important topic to us. You'll see that reflected in the way that the rules are written, but it's also something, you know, that can be challenging to think about in the early days of a project. We're going to talk a little bit more about that today, but what does it mean to deploy a whole new generation of technology around the world that hasn't been tested before in new communities that haven't seen it before? How do we engage local voices, important stakeholders, make it an inclusive dialogue, and really make sure that all of the impacts, both positive and negative, are being accounted for at the beginning in the early stages of your project development. That is how we are going to improve outcomes as we move forward on really advancing carbon removal. And the last objective here is around inspiring this next generation of talent. So you'll see that we talk about this a lot in terms of part of the power of a prize is being able to kind of focus global attention on a particular problem. We're lucky to have Elon Musk and the Musk Foundation behind this because it puts a lot of attention behind the topic itself. So we get to benefit from, you know, the publicity of his name, but also in general, we are trying to raise the profile of this topic so that more people are interested in it, more people understand it, and more people in the future want to work on it. We know that talent is one of the most important things to building and scaling any new industry. And, you know, we are trying to inspire people to choose career paths that can, you know, really contribute to the climate problem, but also, you know, build the skills that are necessary to work on carbon removal solutions, people that you guys can hire and build your teams out with in the next few years. So we just concluded our student awards, which was the very first money that we kicked out the door for this competition. And part of the reason for that was really to incentivize young people to want to work on this project. And you're going to see a bunch of student teams kind of competing neck and neck with you guys. I mean, they don't have any lesser requirements for their teams. So it's a high bar for young people to kind of get in the game and work quickly. Some of those teams might, you know, meet others on this call this week or, you know, in the next few years and decide, you know, we don't have everything that we need yet, but we want to join forces with somebody else. That talent might get redistributed. All of these things are good and positive and progressing outcomes. But, you know, note that there are a lot of young people that are interested in getting involved with this topic. And if you are looking for people on your teams, that is a great source to, you know, go to university pipelines and, you know, do talks at different universities. And we'll continue to try and do all of our matchmaking work and put all of that opportunity and potential for collaboration out there for you guys. But there is a lot of interest, so that's encouraging for us to see. Okay, so into the details of the competition, you may have seen in the rules and the guidelines so far that we've been referring to these kind of 4 different tracks. I just want to clarify that there is not a formal structure where tracks are competing head to head, and there is not kind of a clear divide in the competition between these categories, but we have been using them for kind of organizing purposes because this competition is so massive. We have never seen this many teams competing in any XPRIZE. I mean, I guess we haven't really said that number out loud, but I'll just say it right now that we received over 1,100 submissions for the team registration deadline closing on December 1st. So there are a lot of people who are interested in competing in this competition. We will be interested to see how many continue and move forward. That is kind of step 1 is raise your hand, put your hat in the ring, sign the competitor agreement, you know, all of those things, which you guys have done. That's why you're here at the Team Summit. The next kind of hurdle is the milestone submission on February 1st. And we'll see if we get 1,100 submissions. We're curious about that. And, you know, we're going to be here fielding questions for the next 2 months, getting ready for that. But in terms of the competition and who is in scope, really all of the carbon removal pathways are valuable to us right now. We've been talking about this a little bit so far this morning, that we're not trying to, you know, find the silver bullet right now. We also recognize that it's very important to have a portfolio of carbon removal solutions across many different types of pathways. That is why this competition is structured the way that it is. It is open to all of the solution areas. We have been roughly categorizing them into these 4 areas. But we also know that there are a lot of really interesting hybrid solutions that cross barriers here, and that is fine. Don't ever feel like you don't squarely identify within the air, ocean, land, rocks categories, that's a problem for us. It's definitely not. We've just been trying to keep things organized a bit that way, to know how many teams roughly are in each of the pathway areas, and that might also evolve as you advance your ideas over time. So that's just a flag here. Some of these notes about what is out of scope. This is clearly outlined in the guidelines and the rules. And, you know, just a reminder, this competition is about removing CO2 specifically. That is what we are looking at. It doesn't mean that, you know, we don't care about some of these other GHGs, but it is really the focus of the competition and how we will be evaluating teams in a, comparative apples to apples basis. Solutions need to be carbon negative. We're going to talk a lot more about that today, how we're going to be measuring that, but that is a huge priority here. The CO2 also needs to be sequestered durably. That's another big topic that we're going to dig into today. And solutions need to be actually demonstrated and measurable. This is coming back to what makes an XPRIZE different. This is really what is the most exciting part about what's going to be happening over the next few years. We need to be able to compare the solutions. We need to be able to track your performance. And that is something that we are going to be reviewing about what does it mean to have a third-party verification in the first phase of this competition. And then also, we will be going deeper on that in the future. So in the next phase of the competition, we will be bringing on our own third-party verifiers to go out in the field with us and look at all of the finalist teams who make it there in the final year of the competition, which is what we normally do for our other prizes as well. So just a few high-level points to reiterate. How does it work? How does this XPRIZE competition work, and things that you need to make sure that are very clear from the start, because we don't want confusion on these points. Please ask us more questions if they are not clear. I've said this already, but first and foremost, it is a demonstration competition. So if you are not prepared to build your working carbon removal solution, this might not be the place for you. It is not just a paper submission. You're not just going to be writing your idea down. You need to build a team. You need to have engineering expertise. You need to have a site that you're going to build your system at. All of those things need to be coming together. There is still time if you haven't, kind of put all of that planning together yet, but it needs to be your first priority of where you're going, and the plan of how you're going to do it all is a main part of the milestone submission. Okay, the second point is also very important because we receive a lot of questions around this. You will need to think about how to fund and resource your own projects. We at XPRIZE take the structure of the prize competition, which means that most of the money is actually paid out at the end. So we have kind of refined our process over the years of trying to give away earlier seed funding to support teams because we know that the work is very capital intensive. However, in order to have an incentive that you're working towards, you have to keep a lot of the money to the end. So we don't fund teams to do the work along the way, but we try and encourage and support and introduce you to other opportunities for funding. And, we've talked about a few of these on the milestone webinars. There are a lot of other great accelerators in the space that offer seed funding. We have other initiatives that I'll mention about trying to get access to those resources, but just to be clear, the only funding that is available from XPRIZE directly in the early stages of the competition is through the student awards, which just went out, about $5 million, and then the milestone awards, which we will be giving out in the spring, which is another $15 million. I mean, $20 million is sizable, so that is great that we're getting that out into the community. We're really happy we were able to design the prize that way, but you need to be thinking about your fundraising plans as well. The next point is related to the demonstration concept. If you're not ready with a key component demonstration for the milestone submission, that is okay. You still can compete for the grand prize. It is optional to submit for the milestone submission. We encourage everyone to do it because $15 million is on the table. But if you, for some reason, have a delay, aren't ready, need to work through some different things, or still trying to build your team, you can still be doing that in the background and come back and submit in the 2024 submission. So that is a really important thing to think about for this competition. It is an open cohort model. It's different than how we've done things at XPRIZE in the past. In the past, you had to kind of qualify and become part of a semifinalist group and then continue down a closed group of, let's say, 30 teams to 20 teams. But because we know the space of innovation is, the pace of innovation is advancing so quickly in carbon removal, we wanted to make sure that the teams with the latest, greatest ideas are really eligible in the next few years as we advance. So you can still get in later, keep that in mind. And then just to be clear, the decisions about who receives funding, we do not at XPRIZE make the award decisions. We don't do the judging. We have an independent group of judges. I'm just going to put them up here really quickly. You may have seen this on our website. This information has all been announced and is public now. This is the core group of judges for the competition for the next 4 years. So get to know these faces, their backgrounds. They will be the ones sifting through all of the work that you submit, the proposals, and reviewing, discussing, debating, all of the things that you are working on. And so we love our judges. They are very important actors in the prize structure. We have worked with a handful of these judges previously, and then a lot of them are also new to XPRIZE. And so we are building this team, and we just, did our first round with them for the student awards. And it was great. They all bring interesting expertise across all the carbon removal pathways. We were very intentional about assembling a diverse group of experts from all over the world who have expertise across all of the pathways, and as well as cross-cutting areas of expertise from engineering, life cycle analysis, scaling, investment, all of the different areas that you'll see reflected in the rules and the guidelines. So the judges will make all of the decisions. Their decisions are final. So keep that in mind. We are just independent arbiters of the competition itself. And then just to put up the timeline for a minute, this is a very high level view of what the competition looks like. We will be running over the next 4 years. We have significant milestones that we're working towards across that period of time. And the first few here, we're actually really close together in the first year of the competition. So we just hit that first one of awarding the student awards in November. That was announced during COP. And we are now ready and gearing up towards the milestone awards. So that's what we're going to spend most of our time talking about today. We are trying to get you all prepared for the milestone submission, which is due on February 1st. And then we will go into a judging period where we look at all of the different submissions that come in, and the best will rise to the top, and the judges will deliberate those for the top 15 teams to receive the milestone awards. At that point, we'll really go into kind of a solution development period, is what we typically call it in the prize life cycle, where teams get to work on, building all of your demonstrations out. We will be doing things in the background. We'll also be building the community, hosting events, providing resources to you along the way, all of those things. And then we will kind of come together later for submissions. There'll be a few rounds before this April 2025 announcement of the grand prize winners. Mike's going to talk a little bit more about what that looks like. We have some of that all detailed out in the guidelines and the rules, but you will be kind of working towards submitting all of your data collection in 2024 and hope to qualify as a finalist. And we will be looking for the top teams to be named finalists. At that point, we will really work closely with that cohort, go visit them directly with our measurement and verification teams. All of that information will be collected and handed over to the judges for the final decisions. So lastly, before I hand it over to Mike to go deeper into the rules and some of our guest speakers, I just want to do a quick call out to some of our great partners that we've been building. A lot of partnerships this year, and we'll continue to do so. But the first kind of category that we announced were accelerator partners. All of these organizations are doing really great work on carbon removal. They have specific programs. Some of them offer funding. Some of them offer mentorship, partnerships with industry actors. They have different focus areas. Some of them are a little earlier stage. Some of them are more targeted on a certain area, like Ocean Visions is clearly looking at ocean CDR work. Creative Destruction Lab works across many different areas, but they also have a new interest in carbon. I already mentioned air miners. You'll see the Carbon to Value initiative here. Both looks at carbon utilization and carbon removal. Avatar Innovations is out of Canada, looking to support Canadian teams. So some of their deadlines have already passed, but some of them are also running recurring annual programs. So check that out if you are looking to join kind of a new cohort to get this kind of mentorship, which we highly encourage. to do alongside your participation in the prize. And then lastly, I just want to mention another program that we actually developed and launched out of the last XPRIZE, the Energy Ecosia Carbon XPRIZE, and have expanded to cover carbon removal. This initiative called the Circular Carbon Network is really a growing space of market intelligence materials and community building with the investor space. So we have a handful of different indices that we have put out into the world, and we also launched an annual like market report of the growth of the carbon space. We would love for everybody competing in the competition to be accurately represented on the Innovator Index. So we have all of the companies working across these different topic areas listed there. And, you know, we profile all of those companies and deals who are, you know, from groups that are actively fundraising to the investors there. So this is another opportunity to try and get your company and your deal in front of potential funders. So we highly encourage you to list your projects there. Reach out to us if you have any questions, but there's just a form you fill out and you can, you know, explain that you're actively fundraising, and we'll put you into that newsletter. So with that, I think I'm going to hand things over now to my colleague, Blake.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being with us today. And thanks to Marcus and Nikki for the great introductions this morning. I have the unenviable task of walking through the driest portion of the agenda. So please bear with me as I go through the rules and submission details in excruciating detail. Next slide, please. So we hope that you have seen these documents already. The guidelines have been out for quite some time. We originally released them in spring of 2021 and then made a small revision this summer. And just in the last week here, we issued the detailed rules document and the submission guidance and the submission templates for the competition. So I just wanted to point out that these documents are all live. The rules are really just, they're an extension of the guidelines. They don't replace the guidelines. The guidelines are still in effect, but the rules contain a lot more information and a lot more sort of detailed, sort of piece by piece information that especially information that's relevant to the upcoming submission on February 1st. So definitely check those out and read them very carefully. And then the submission template, you'll see in the rules document, we have appendices where all of the questions for the submission are listed out, but the submission itself will happen on the prize operations platform. It's an online form that you fill out, similar to other grant application processes if you've done that sort of thing before. And my colleague Rupa is going to go into what that looks like in a little bit more detail. Next slide. So this is what you're going to find in the rules document. There's really sort of 3 chapters outlining all of the requirements of the competition. The first chapter is on operational requirements. The second chapter is on fully considered cost per ton. And the third chapter is on sustainable scalability. So within those, we have a bunch of sections, and there are 9 sections in total. And so this morning, I'm going to go through each of those 9 sections and just kind of point out a few of the high points, the important points to note regarding the rules, regarding the submission, and then kind of what you should pay attention to as you're designing your solution and filling out the submission. Next slide, please. So number one of 9. The project proposal. So this is in the operational requirements chapter, and what we're looking for in the project proposal is information on what you're going to do to win the grand prize in XPRIZE carbon removal. The requirement of the competition is to commission a carbon dioxide removal system by February 1st, 2024. It needs to be complete and it needs to be working. And it needs to be sized in such a way that you will remove at least 1,000 tons of CO2 and sequester it durably, I should say, by February 1st, 2025. So that operating window, February 1st, 2024 to February 1st, 2025 is really important. And what we want to see is your proposal for how you're going to make it happen. We've given you a lot of space to do this, about 1,000 written words across a few specific questions. And we're asking you to upload some engineering documentation that will show the judges that you have a design, that the design's well thought out, and that you're kind of well on your way to building out this project. So the key to success for this first section is the judges are going to be looking for concepts that are based in sound scientific principles with clear, concise documentation. And one thing that I know the judges are always looking for, they tell us time and time again, is that the submissions have to demonstrate mass and energy balance. So one of the things you'll see in the submission is there's an opportunity for you to fill out a template to show that your system is balanced both on the mass side and on the energy side. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit more detail here. But next slide, please. So number 2 of 9, the demonstration of the key component. Like Nikki said, this is a demonstration competition. XPRIZEs are always paid out for results. And we kind of pay the money after the innovation's already happened. That's one of the features of an XPRIZE. What that means is you do have to raise your own money, and you do have to get something up and running before we'll consider issuing a payment. So for this round of the competition, phase 1 of the competition, we want to see a working demonstration of what we call a key component, one or more key components of your full carbon dioxide removal system. So the scope of that demonstration can really be anything that you want, and it can be scaled. So it can be a smaller scale version, or it could be just a small section of the full system. But we want to see something that supports the performance of some aspect of your overall proposal. So it really is up to you to choose a demonstration here that puts your overall idea, your overall concept in the best light, and provides the judges with some real operating data that support the potential of the system that you intend to build over the next couple of years. So you really do have to operate it in the real world, and generate real data. Again, we give you some space to in the submission to talk about this. We have a number of sections, or a number of questions totaling about 1,000 words if you maximize all the word counts. And we ask you to upload some design documents and performance data. And we do have templates again for this that I'll walk through in a few minutes. The key here is making sure that your data sets are very well organized. So we don't want you just throwing everything at the wall. The judges have very limited time because there's so many of you registered in the competition. The judges will have very limited time to look at each submission. And so submissions need to be very clear and very well organized, and written in such a way that the judges can kind of understand, okay, this is the data, the raw data from the real world, and this is sort of how it's processed, and these are the conclusions that that can be drawn from the demonstration. So great. So the 3rd of 9 is about the third-party verification. This is the third and the last section in the operational requirements. We get a lot of questions about third-party verification, but it's very important that to every XPRIZE that winning technologies are verified by an independent expert. So what do we mean by that? First, you have to choose a verifier. A verifier has to have documented technical competence. So they have to have some expertise and some qualifications that support their expertise in verifying your demonstration. And they also need to be independent, which means they should have no formal ties to your team or to your technology. And they have to sort of come and check out your demonstration. They should review the process design, and they should observe the demonstration in process and write a report. Typically, verifiers are like engineers or other professionals who do this sort of thing for a living. I get a lot of questions saying, can you recommend people to do verification? And I can't. It's really up to you to find somebody who is both independent and qualified. We have a checklist that we would like you to use to make sure that you hit all of the points that you need to hit in terms of both the contents of the verification and the qualifications of the verifier. And then you'll be given the opportunity to upload a report from that verifier that summarizes in their own words what they observed. So the key to success here is we do prefer professional analysis, as opposed, some people ask us, well, are we allowed to pay our verifiers? And the answer is yes, and you should pay your verifiers. These should be professionals who are providing professional services, and so there should be some payment for those services. And another question I get a lot is, what about patents and what about peer review? Those just aren't sufficient for the verification requirements here. We do require more in-depth analysis than either of those things would provide. And we also require, we're looking for verification of the actual working system. And so whereas a patent is, that's kind of like a more abstract thing. That's like the concept works. We want to see actual working data from an actual working system. So that's where it's important to hire a professional to do this. Next slide. So moving on, the fourth section here, we're getting into the fully considered cost. And so the deal with the costing exercise is we would like teams to provide an estimation of the cost of their carbon dioxide removal system at a megaton scale. So the first thing you have to do is show us what that megaton scale project looks like. So this is kind of similar to the project proposal that we're looking for back up in section 1. But this is kind of a hypothetical scenario where that system is a megaton scale. So it's consuming on net 1 million tons per year. So we want to make sure that concept is based on the same concepts and underlying principles as what you'll be demonstrating for the competition. But we understand that it might look different. It might be distributed across many different sites, or it might be one large site, or there's a number of different ways that you could imagine your technology proliferating to the megaton scale. And this is just your opportunity to show the judges what that is. So again, we ask you a bunch of questions for written, some written justifications, and then we ask you for some engineering documentation, just defining, what it is and how it works. So again, here, we want your, we're hoping for submissions here that are very clear and concise. And the most important thing is making sure that your engineering documentation shows the full scope of the system. So, as these technologies scale to a megaton, making sure that all of the pieces are accounted for becomes increasingly important. Next slide, please. Oh, I think you might have gone too ahead. Yes. So the number 5 is where the actual cost of the CDR solution is calculated. So in step 4, we defined what the megaton scale solution is. In number 5, we're actually providing for the cost. So the core of this section is a worksheet that we've made and we've provided. And your job is to kind of go through that worksheet and fill it out in detail. And I'll do a quick demo of this and the other submission templates in a few minutes. But the important thing here is making sure that the full system is represented in terms of the cost piece. XPRIZE has provided some standardized costs for some aspects, things like land and energy. We've provided some research, and we're going to talk about where those numbers came from. But you'll also have to provide your own costs for some aspects. So things like feedstocks and materials and labor and things like that, you'll have to provide for yourself. So for all of the costs that you have to define here, we want to make sure that all of those costs are well justified, taking into consideration the region where you'd be operating and the volatility of the maybe whether, assessing whether or not the prices are volatile over time and accounting for those. And we're going to have a special guest talk about some of those considerations in a few minutes here. Next slide, please. So now we move into the third and final chapter, section 6, durable carbon dioxide sequestration. This is in the sustainably scalable section of the submission. And the main point here is that we require a durability of 100 years. So what does that mean? It means CO2 is considered sequestered, and it counts as removed if and only if you can assure that it will still be sequestered 100 years from now. So there are lots of CDR concepts out there where we can expect a certain amount of re-emission over time, and this is especially true in the nature-based solutions category. And that's totally fine, and we want to see lots of nature-based solutions in this competition, but you have to account for that re-emission. Re-emission can be you can just account for it as it happens, or you can manage the system in such a way to try and reduce that re-emission as much as possible. But either way, we need you to tell us what it is. And basically, if the CO2 does get re-emitted within 100 years, then it can't count in terms of the scale, and it has to count as an emission source in your LCA and in other aspects of the competition. So it's really important that that everybody sort of think about that and make sure that there's sound justification for the permanence or the durability of your sequestered CO2, and really acknowledging any potential re-emission that might happen in the next 100 years. Next slide, please. So the section 7 is on net negative performance. This is where we are requiring teams to submit an emissions intake form that will be used to assess the net emissions of your solution. And we'll have a guest speaker here in a few minutes talk about this in much more detail. The scope of the LCA, or the emissions assessment, is cradle to grave, inclusive of all process emissions and upstream and downstream supply chains, and as well as the leakage from CO2, the durability piece that I just mentioned. So the main point here is that you'll have to fill out this intake form, this worksheet. This is a sheet that's actually developed by a company called Carbon Direct, who's one of our partners, and they will take those intake forms and turn around an emissions and intensity for each team. Number 8, the penultimate section here. This is section 8 is about social license and environmental justice. Each team has to explore issues of social license and environmental justice in the context of their 1,000-ton per year demonstration. So the most important thing about social license and environmental justice, as far as we understand it, is that you have to kind of start today and start identifying those issues today. And so part of the submission is asking teams to review some materials about this subject and then respond to them in a short questionnaire. It's about 1,500 words if you maximize all of the word counts. You don't have to maximize all the word counts, by the way. If you can be more concise, that's totally fine. And the point of this section is to demonstrate to the judges that you are being thoughtful and respectful about your CDR project, and that you're thinking about issues that may arise as you commission not only your XPRIZE project, but as your solution scales beyond 1,000 tons per year to the megaton and gigaton scale. And last but not least, next slide, please, Nikki. Drum roll. The last section, section 9, is about scaling to gigatons per year. So one fundamental requirement of this competition is we want to attract solutions. We want to encourage innovation that will improve the scalability of carbon dioxide removal solutions to a gigaton and beyond. And a gigaton is like a massive number. It's like a mind-blowingly huge number. And so when you imagine going from 1,000 tons per year in 2024 to a gigaton in the future, we need to understand whether that can be done sustainably. This is also where we talk about the non-CO2 impacts of the proposed solution. And so what we're asking for in this section of the submission is really just a discussion of these issues. As the competition progresses, and in the final round of the competition in phase 2, we will be requiring teams to do a more formal life cycle assessment that takes into consideration the non-CO2 impacts of the solution. But for this round of the submission, we just require a bit of discussion, and the judges are going to be looking for sort of a thoughtful explanation of how you will address any issues related to scalability over the course of the competition. So next, I wanted to walk through a few of our submission templates real quick. So if, these are the 5 templates that we have provided. I'm going to go through each of these as part of an introduction to a guest speaker. And so, what we're going to do next is I'm going to introduce our first guest speaker. His name is Tim Hansen. He's from 350 Solutions. Tim, it actually was the contractor who did the verification for the Carbon XPRIZE. So he's been doing this for a long time and helped develop some standards on technology verification. And just before I bring him up here, I just wanted to walk through a few of the submission templates that you'll be asked to provide as a part of that first chapter of requirements, the operational requirements. So Nikki, if I could have control and share my own screen here, I will just show those very quickly and then pass the baton to Tim. So there's 3 templates that we've developed for the operational requirements, the competition. And the first that I'm going to show you is regarding the process flow diagram, stream tables, and energy balances. And so you'll see in each of these templates, there is a tab with some instructions and some kind of checklist items. So you'll just want to go through and make sure that you hit all of these items. I'm not going to go through all of these in detail. I'll let you do that on your own time. And then you'll see there's a few tabs. And so the first tab in this sheet is just a place for you to drop your process flow diagram. And we've provided a bit of an example here. The idea is you can delete this and then insert your own. The next tab is an opportunity for you to build out your stream tables, which is Tim's going to talk about this, but it's just an opportunity to sort of formally itemize out what's going on in each of the streams in your process flow diagram. And so I'll let Tim get into the details, but this is where you do it. And you can see we've sort of built out a bit of a template here. You can sort of take this template and modify it as needed to suit your submission. The third and final tab in this template is where we want you to itemize your mass and carbon and energy balances. And so again, this is sort of this is sort of an analysis based on your stream tables and your process flow diagram, and we want you to do it here. And again, we've provided you with a little bit of structure, but we've left the sheet unlocked, and so you can modify it as needed. And the point of this is we want you to demonstrate to the judges that you do have a balanced system, that all of the energy and mass that's going in is accounted for, sort of coming out the backside or accumulating within the system. We want to make sure that's all accounted for. So that's the first template that has to do with the project proposals. So you'll see we ask you to submit this template in two places, actually. Once for the 1,000 ton per year project proposal, that's section number 1. We also want to see these documents, this kind of level of engineering analysis for the megaton scale project proposal, which is the definition of the project that'll be analyzed in the cost exercise, which is section 4. So the next template I'll show you is the demonstration piece. So for phase 1 of the competition, we want to make sure that you have a demonstration, and we've provided you with some templates here. What we have is a worksheet here which allows you to communicate just what's happening in your demonstration. There's a place for you to put in a PDF or your PFD, pardon me, and sort of indicate what aspect of the process is actually being demonstrated. There's a space for you to put some charts. We put an example in here, but you can replace that, and then some biographical information at the top. There's some space for you to define your performance metrics and tell the judges exactly what the awesomeness of your demonstration is. And then we provide you with some space to sort of consolidate, group all of your data in one place in an organized fashion. And again, we provide this to you with the expectation that you might have to modify this to suit your presentation or your demonstration. Pardon me. The third and final template in this section is about verification, and I'm just going to show it to you very quickly. Again, there's kind of a instructions page, so you can read that for all the instructions. There's a verification summary where you can sort of itemize the conclusions of the verification process, and then there's checklists about the verification itself. And there's checklists about the verifier qualifications, and an opportunity for you to actually identify the verifier and talk about their qualifications. So you can submit more than one of these if your verification has more than one aspect, or if you have more than one verifier. But this is kind of where you sort of like walk through and make sure that your verification meets the requirements. You'll also be provided with an opportunity to upload a report from that verifier. We don't mandate any structure for that report. It's really up to them to provide it. So to expand on some of these issues and sort of talk about what kinds of things you might want to pay attention to as you're preparing your proposal and your demonstration and getting your verification in place, I'd like to introduce Tim Hansen. Hi, Tim.
All right, thanks, Mike. I'm Mike. Good to see everybody. So I'll walk through some details and best practices associated with the things that Mike just went through. Let me pop up my slide presentation here and get that going. Get you guys out of the way. Just a second, sorry. So I'll provide some details on some of these engineering requirements and things there as well. Sorry, my Zoom bar is in my way. Okay. So I'll be talking through some of the requirements associated with the operation, proposal, demonstration, verification, and walking through best practices and tips. Lots of detail to go through there associated with these items. So a few things to consider, as Mike talked about. You got the proposal, where this is really your pitch of your idea. Your summary of what you're talking about, the entire process overall, trying to convince your judges that they can meet all the requirements of the XPRIZE competition. Carbon removal at scale, LCA, costs, everything Mike mentioned, and we'll be going through in detail later. The demonstration is actually providing evidence that there's a portion of that process that actually exists now and works. And it provides real data and backup information about that process and technology. The verification is actually where you enhance credibility of that evidence associated with that demonstration for the process. So you've got valid claims, somebody else has checked them out, you're providing transparency, and there's quality associated with the data provided about the process. So those are the three things we're looking at here. I'll hop into those engineering kind of requirements associated with the project proposal. We'll walk through some of those pretty quickly. But really, there are three key engineering documents there. One is the process flow diagram, and I'll talk about some details there and what that entails, and some best practices and tips for what to include there, how to do that. Ultimately, that's just a place to document all of your inputs and outputs and all your steps in your process. Just using a basic block flow diagram can be viable, but there are better ways to do it as well, and I'll give you some examples there. Stream tables. Stream tables, are really just documenting how much stuff you're using. So for all these flows and inputs and outputs, how much you're using at the scale you're talking about. Pretty straightforward, but there's a lot of detail there. And then these material, carbon, and energy balances are really that reality check. You're trying to show that you're not violating the laws of thermodynamics, that you're taking in products, complex macromolecules, and putting out heat and energy and other byproducts as well. So they're a way to really go through and ensure you accounted for everything and everything's scientifically valid. So yes, I saw in the chat earlier, no perpetual motion machines, things like that as well. So those are the three things we'll be looking at on the proposal side. So what makes a good process flow diagram? Really, if you look at this kind of basic block flow diagram, you can use this kind of template or get into more detailed templates, and I'll show you some later, that identify, again, all the steps in the processes. So take all these blocks of this process A, add process B, C, D, whatever you need to do to ensure you're showing the user, the reader, what this actually entails and all the steps in the process so they understand it. It's really a pictorial way of trying to show what the process is so people gain a better understanding. The other thing you want to do in that is also identify a system boundary for your process. There are various ways to do that. That ties into both your process system boundary as well as things like LCA system boundaries that have to incorporate cradle to grave as well. You want to ensure that all the inputs and outputs are included. And if in this little example diagram here, you'll notice you've got your various inputs, you've got waste streams, you got your CO2, you've got products that go between process A and process B, for example, and then you have various energy inputs. You want to make sure you count for electrical, thermal, fuel, any mechanical, chemical inputs as well on the energy side. And then the other thing you would like to include in your PFDs are flow rates. So you can actually look at this process diagram by itself and identify kind of the whole process, how it works, what it takes of all these different components to make this thing work. So that's really what you're looking at a PFD base level. So as an example, here's an example of process flow diagram. It kind of combines a little bit of an engineering process flow diagram with some more pictorial process flow as well, because you're not all going to have, everybody doesn't going to have a chemical process that uses standard engineering diagram language and things like that as well. So a few things I wanted to point out here. First, make sure you've got your CO2 input and that's identified readily. A few things in terms of system boundary, as you look at the inputs to this process, you do have some things coming in where within your process, you're using electricity. For example, this is a macroalgae to deep ocean sequestration, just made up example. And you might have nutrients going into a nursery for growing macroalgae spores or things like that. That nutrient production, electricity generation, those are all things that will probably be within your LCA boundary, but they might not be in the control of your process boundary. So you have to think of those things a little bit differently in terms of system boundaries, but they're both going to be defined in terms of what you're looking at submitting for different portions of the submission templates. An example here, there are direct indications of specific equipment types within the process. That's good to provide the reader, more than that black box impression of what's going on. You got things like pumps and chillers and culture tanks with lighting and stirring and things like that, and things like electricity going into all of them, for example. And then one of the other things you want to see is, hold on, I got to turn the laser pointer off. is that you also have some things you may not think of necessarily, but for example, if you are growing macroalgae spores in a nursery, you're planting them on impregnated lines, you're transporting those out to deep ocean, you do have all that transportation requirements there, energy, electricity, fuel, whatever it might be, to move those through the process. So make sure you incorporate those things kind of in between the technology kind of processes, portions of your process as well. And then one thing to keep in mind also is that when you look at things like your sequestration portion or any other streams that are coming out, you've also got to remember that there are some losses potentially. So make sure you account for losses if they're significant or even if they're fairly minor. But remember to account again for everything in this diagram. So let's hop to stream tables. I've got another PFD that I'll show you later for a DAC unit from a publication. It's also a good example of a very pretty detailed PFD. But basically coming from that PFD, then you might want to go to stream tables. If you go back up to that process flow diagram, you'll see that you've got numbers for each stream. Each stream is numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way through. And then you've got each stream in the stream table identified and what it is. You can provide stream characteristics, temperatures, pressures, specifics about the product or input or output that's being used in that stream. But you do want to, in the stream table, summarize the actual flow rates for each of those products. If you want to break it down into things like components and subcomponents, you can do that as well. It's kind of up to you how you want to present it, but at a minimum for each stream, each component, make sure you include all the details and flow rates and utilizations. Another thing to make sure you do is keep things in consistent units. You want to do things on a ton per year. You choose what's most representative of your process. On the energy side, you can do things like put everything in megajoules or possibly do kilowatt hours for electricity, things like that as well, gallons for diesel fuel, but just make sure everything is consistent as well so you can do some totalization and comparison. So again, make sure you've got all those things calculated, you're accounting for all inputs and outputs, and that's all addressed in the stream table. The mass, carbon, and energy balances, again, is where you're kind of summing everything up, totalizing everything, and making sure you're checking your ins versus your outs. And you want to make sure that you're not creating energy, you're not creating mass, you're not losing a whole bunch of mass and not accounting for it. So this is really, it's a best practice, and it's something judges look at to make sure that your process has actually been thoroughly studied, everything accounted for and taken care of. So in this example, you can go through all of your components, identify carbon content of each of them. If you know those inputs from the stream table, which is just above, you can just calculate those or copy those directly down into your mass and carbon balance, multiply by your carbon content to get your carbon input. Same thing on the output side as well. You sum all those things up and you should, at the end of the day, hopefully have a mass balance that closes. So you've got 100% in, going to 100% out. You might have some rounding errors. You might have a couple little negligible streams that are not accounted for. So you may be, in a 95+% mass and carbon balance position as well. On the energy balance though, so it's ideal if you can do a full energy balance and account for all the energy in and all the energy out. One of the difficult things with developing technologies, especially at lab and pilot and bench scale, is you may not have all that information. And there's also a lot of energy conversion going on, things being converted from solar energy into biomass, for example, and chemical stored energy, things like that as well. So they're difficult to do. You might have a lot of losses you can't account for. So you're really just doing a lot of estimates to do that. It's fine if you do that, great if you can. But if you can't, at a bare minimum, just make sure that all the energy inputs are taken care of and acknowledged and addressed. And if you have any viable energy outputs, you're making a pyrolysis gas with energy, for example, or you're actually burning that and generating steam, for example, make sure those outputs are accounted for as well. So that's kind of your minimum on mass, carbon, and energy balances. Now, if you step in from that, that's your overall project and process. You're then going to demonstrate a key component of the process. So you're looking at one small component, and I'll talk about an example in just a second. But really what you want to do to have a good demonstration is, like Mike mentioned earlier, is make sure you have data. You're collecting data, you're measuring, you're not estimating or doing modeling or things like that. You're putting a working piece of equipment out there and getting measurements. The other things you want to do is want to make sure that you actually run that for a decent amount of time. Just grabbing one data point is really not sufficient. grabbing a couple, better than nothing, but run it for as much time as you can possibly. You also want to make sure that the data you're getting out of the system is actually quality data. So you're trying to make sure that you're getting good measurements, good accurate details about the system and its performance, and there's some quality associated with that data. And then you're finally also looking at doing data processing and calculation of final metrics that represent how that technology performed. And that may include some detailed calculations, there may be some assumptions in there, but the best thing to do is get as much of that based on real data as possible. So in terms of looking at what performance data you would want to collect, as an example, what metrics you might look at, this is another process flow diagram that's published in the literature. I recommend looking at this paper if possible. It's publicly available. For a direct air capture system, this is a nice process flow diagram. It's got stream conditions and flows on every stream. It's got the energy values, consumption requirements in orange, and everything's really addressed in there. It's got gas, liquid, and solid streams identified separately. So it really covers the entire process very nicely and gives people an idea of like what the equipment and what the sub processes are instead of just a big kind of black box direct air capture unit. So say they've got this direct air capture unit, this is their full process they're looking at developing and submitting, and their demonstration, they're just going to demonstrate solely the air contactor. If they've got a new air contactor technology, a new sorbent that works better than most traditional DAC technologies, for example. So if they're going to do this, then it can be a fairly basic demonstration. It doesn't have to be all the equipment pulled together. It could be just that air contactor unit where you're doing things like measuring the energy consumed, measuring and looking at the inputs and the conditions of the inputs going in, the air that's going in, temperature, composition. You're measuring your sorbent being used, and you're measuring your output composition as well. So if you're doing all that, that's a pretty basic and direct way to analyze that air contactor unit. You might have possible performance metrics like how much CO2 was captured per hour, what percent of the CO2 that was input was actually captured. Usually it's going to be 100% in these cases. How much energy was used per kilogram of CO2 captured, so they know, the energy utilization on some kind of normalized basis. And perhaps, if there's sorbent utilization or loss, how much of that was used per kilogram of CO2 captured. So those are some example metrics just for this key demonstration. Again, you're just looking at that one portion and not the entire process, and collecting real data in your demonstration based on this. Another important thing to remember, though, is when you're looking at this, document your operating conditions. For example, here, your inlet airstream composition and temperature, because that's relevant, right? Maybe if there's contactor temperature and pressure, and maybe that hasn't been optimized yet, and you're still working through those specific operating conditions, but make sure those are documented so there's some understanding of what those requirements are and how that may impact performance down the road. Again, measure all these components of the process directly and frequently if possible. You can look at other examples of potential metrics, things like if you're growing a new biomass, you've got a strain of biomass or macroalgae that has a higher carbon content, uses less nutrients, whatever it might be. Those measurements of what the actual carbon content is as you've grown that macroalgae in various iterations would be of value. A growth rate of biomass, for example, if you're saying something grows faster and sequesters more carbon that way. Various options for those performance metrics, and those are up to you to try and identify what metrics give you the best information on how this technology performs. So in terms of data collection and reporting, there are kind of 3 steps to this. At the end of the day, as Mike went through, you're really going to be submitting these reports of final performance, where you're identifying your final performance metrics. You got a single value with maybe some standard deviation or uncertainty associated with it of, for example, your CO2 conversion percentage. But that all comes from raw data, which goes through calculations and processing, which XPRIZE is also asking for this kind of data summary to show that you've got some information based on that demonstration. So your raw data is coming from your online instrumentation, your manual instruments, analytical laboratory results, and possibly even some estimated or model values based on those or pulled from literature here and there. But all those raw data are then collated, collected, calculations are completed to take that raw data and convert that into actual metrics and other parameters You're doing some conversions, you're summing, you're averaging, and you're basically calculating these meaningful parameters. Then again, at the end of the day, you might take a single average of all those days, for example, of raw data that you've collected. So there is a portion that requests submission of kind of a data summary in addition to just that final report value. So if you look at raw data, actually, unfortunately, envision a giant spreadsheet that is slow to load because it's so large, of just millions of specific values of raw data collected second by second from instrumentation, analytical lab results, all those kinds of things. You might have tons and tons of raw data. That stuff needs to be all converted into something that's actually intelligible and summarizes the performance of that demonstration over time, where you might have, say, a daily summary of how many operating minutes you ran your technology, what kind of flow rates were in and out, concentrations or conversion percentages for CO2, things like that. As you're doing that, don't forget to validate your data. That big spreadsheet of raw data is going to have some instrumentation that goes to zeros that show funky numbers, that goes offline or drops for a little while. Make sure you go through those and you correct those data drops or other instances and get that straight and validate your data. Make sure nothing's out of range, things like that as well. And again, document whenever possible what you're using for measurements and the instrumentation, what type of instrumentation you're using. If you have calibrations to back that up, great. These are things that the verifier might also want to look at as well. Document your analytical methods, who's doing them, what methods you're using, try and use a standard, ASTM or other kind of method if possible. If you have assumptions in your calculations where you might be using some constants or some literature values to do some conversions, make sure you document those assumptions and where those references are from. And then any models, estimates, or other literature references, make sure those are documented as well. So at the end of the day, you're trying to get something like this, where you're talking about, here are parameters we decided are going to demonstrate how our technology works. Over this performance period, we actually ran it for several days or weeks. Here's what the, for example, average CO2 capture efficiency was. And the other thing to point out in here is, whenever possible, if you can, try and do some uncertainty analysis and include that kind of information on that technology as well, and that performance metric. So the reader, the user, the judge has some idea of how certain that value is. If it's 80% capture efficiency plus or minus 70%, that's a lot different from 80% plus or minus 4. In terms of verification, so Mike went through some of this earlier, but let me provide a few clarifying things. There is some confusion around verification because the word verification has lots of different meanings in lots of different places, even just within the carbon world. So the way I look at it is there are typically 3 different kinds of verifications. The first is really probably the most well-known, which is your carbon offset removal and credit verification. You're focusing on full cradle-to-grave LCA. It's typically for full-scale implemented projects because you're trying to actually develop and bank credits to use in carbon markets and trading. There's also monitoring, reporting, and verification associated with carbon sequestration. So if you're actually putting carbon in the ground somewhere, CO2 in the ground, you're focused on, from a risk assurance standpoint, making sure that that stuff is staying there and verifying it actually is. And then there's technology verification, which is more on the early stage developmental side, where it's focused on ensuring a new innovation, new technology actually does what it says it does. You can think of this, kind of like due diligence when you're going through venture cap, venture investing, things like that. The goal is, again, to have a third-party person come in, check out that technology, and add credibility to that new innovation and its claims about its performance. So what the XPRIZE is looking at doing right now in this phase is focused on that technology verification aspect. So don't think about it in terms of the carbon offset, carbon removal, and credit verification. It's not that. It's not the MRV for sequestration. It's this early stage, does this technology work kind of verification. So why are we doing this? That verified technology data, if it's third-party verified, it's higher quality, gives you better credibility, transparency, which allows you to do these reliable projections. And in the things, they're also being looked at, like your cost, your techno-economics, your life cycle analysis, and your projected impacts of the technology. So that projection is then based on some really good verifiable data that goes into that. And then that results in better outcomes. So you know that you can bank on those credits or those impacts a little more if you've got some verified data on the front end. So in terms of verification scope, there are a few different ways to look at this as well. various ways to verify technology from a design review standpoint, independent engineer who looks at that overall process, engineering aspects and design, through on-site operation of the technology, observation and audit, full data review, analysis and audit. And then there's some potential modeling review and things like that as well. Really what we're focusing on here primarily for carbon removal XPRIZE is that on-site operation, having somebody come in, visually observing that this thing is actually working, it exists, here's how it's operating, observing instrumentation, observing data being collected, and the operating conditions and making sure that's documented. And then also following up with that data review, analysis, and audit, where you're looking at all that process data, and that could be the observed data they saw on site, as well as additional data collected afterward and existing data was collected previously, whether that was just days before or even potentially years before as well. And there's some traceability from that raw data that's validated and audited all the way through the calculations of your final performance parameters. And a verifier should be doing things like validating assumptions, conversions, calculations as well. And again, wherever you can, include those stats and uncertainty analysis if possible. So some quick notes, Mike kind of went through this on verifier requirements and selection. Really two things: make sure that they're technically competent, they know about the technology type under verification. A lot of these technologies you guys are looking at may have different components that may require a couple different verifiers with different skills, or one verifier that contracts in and somebody else to actually focus on a certain technology area. They should know about the risk areas associated with those technologies, barriers to scale up, performance issues, potential issues there, the implications environmentally in terms of how this specific technology actually could impact the carbon removal and sequestration of the process. Relevant applicable test methods and standards. So if there are test methods out there for those specific technologies, knowledge of those would be good to have. And of course, any engineering calculation, scientific calculation, modeling, and statistical methods to assess how that data looks. Again, independence, be a third party, independent body, independent of the team registered for XPRIZE carbon removal. And that means not directly involved in the design, manufacture, construction, marketing, installation of those specific technologies consulted or being submitted to XPRIZE. And again, Mike mentioned before, this can be independent engineers, this can be university professors, but not at the same university or in the same department that It could be other consultants. It could be some of the carbon LCA kind of verifiers if they've got that technical knowledge of the technology, due diligence kind of engineers and partners as well. So there are definitely options out there. You just gotta seek them out. There are a lot of questions on costs and what are you kind of getting out of this. At the end of the day, obviously costs can vary because all these technologies are very complex and it depends on what you're demonstrating, how much data is produced and things like that. For this preliminary verification, where you're really looking at just a quick assessment of observation of the system operating and then doing that data validation, should be in that 3 to 10K range. Depends on how much you want them to do. It could go up to 20 or 50K if you really want them to dig in and do independent analysis and things like that as well. At the end of the day, you should get a report, whether it's a verification statement or summary or a letter report. Whatever it is valid, but it has to have things like what are the verified values that the observer, the verifier actually observed and calculated based on the data submitted to the verifier. And note that those may be different than what you actually claimed initially. They may have found some errors or some data that's not valid and pulled that out and said that, no, it's actually these results here. It should summarize all the verification activities completed. Was this an on-site visit? How much data did you audit? Were any independent samples collected? Things like that as well. And there should be some indication of data quality that could be done in terms of an uncertainty analysis, or it could just be some summary of methods used and the methods were actually acceptable, broadly accepted standard test methods, things like that. So those are important as well. And there should also be a summary of verifier qualifications. Who are they? Why are they qualified to do this verification as well? That's all I have on that. Happy to answer questions later on or in follow-up in the Q&A and chat.
Great, thanks a lot, Tim.
Thanks, Mike.
So next up, I am going to introduce Margarita Maza from Psarras. she's going to talk about some of the work that we did in researching the standardized costs in our cost template. So just before she starts going, I just wanted to show you what that template looks like. It's available online, and you can. I think that this is the wrong one. Maybe it's not. Just a moment. And then I'll pass the mic to her to talk about how we research that data and talk about some of the best practices that you might use when you're researching your own costs. So this is the worksheet that we'd like you to fill out as you're doing your costing exercise. You can see there's places for you to input your name and other information. There's drop downs where you can choose your country of operation and your the tracks that apply to your project. And then you'll see there's places where you can fill in each of the elements of your costs. And again, there's drop downs that you can use. There's places for you to list the costs from the list of standardized costs that we've provided, as well as some team defined costs. You can expand using these buttons to get more lines if you need be. And then you just go through each of the sections and do your CapEx, you do your OpEx, you do your variable OpEx, you can do end of project costs and go all the way through. We also want you to outline how your costs are going to evolve over time. So you can read the instructions and just kind of show us how that project grows and evolves over time. We're also asking you to do a bit of a sensitivity analysis in the cost. This is, we want to recognize that there's some uncertainty here, and really the point is to try and demonstrate which aspects of your cost model are most most influential on the overall cost. You can see in the other tabs here, information on some of the standardized costs that Margarita's group at Afara put together, and some more definitions. So with that, I'll pass the mic to Margarita. Take it away.
Awesome. Thank you, Mike, for the introduction. Let me share my screen and then we'll get started. Can you see my screen? It seems I'm getting an error in my...
yeah, we just see the PDF. It's a little bit, yeah, just try again.
Yeah. See, same thing. Just give me a second. Let me just try to open the file again. Okay, it seems to be working now. Let me share again. Okay, I think it's good now, right?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Mike, for the introduction. And good morning, everyone. My name is Margarita Maza, and I'm a lead consultant at Afara, and I led the team that put together the standardized values for the cost metrics that is going to be used for this first phase of the competition. And what we are going to be walking through today is answers to 4 key questions, and they are related to the data principles that we use to develop the cost metrics and to research the information, how to select and prioritize the data sources, how to fill in or create data gaps, and how to assess changes in historical data or volatility. And at the end, I'm just going to be presenting the end result of the standardized cost metrics. And I just wanted to emphasize something that Mike already mentioned, that the cost template, it has some standardized costs. Those are the ones that we put together and that I'm going to be talking about. But we encourage you all to use the same principles to the costs that need to be defined by all of you. These principles are highly applicable to any type of data. So let's start with the first question. What data principles were used to develop the cost metrics? So we use 5 key data principles: credibility, representativeness, consistency, reproducibility, and recognition of uncertainty. So the first one, credibility, we prefer credible data sources. Some examples of these are government databases or international organizations databases like the Monetary Fund, the International Labor Organization, or the International Energy Agency. Research, peer-reviewed papers, all of those are good sources of data and are preferred over just news articles or general magazine articles. The second principle that we used was data representative. You want to use data that is representative to your geography, like where you're located or where the project is going to be located, to your technology, where it is direct air capture or microalgae. You want to make sure that your costs are related to the technologies that you are using. And that's exactly what we did for the standardized cost matrix. And the other thing that you want to make sure that it is representative of your cost is the time horizon. So for the cost matrix, we use values that were representative of 2020 cost. And we use different methods that we'll get into to select those. But in general, give preference to more recent data and make sure that they are representative of the timeline that you want to represent. The third data principle is consistency. This is also something that Tim mentioned during his presentation, making sure that you're using consistent units and that those units and the data is consistent also with all of the data values that you are using for your model and your cost assumptions. The fourth principle is that the data, the sources, and the methods are highly reproducible. And what this means is that any person in any part of the world can just take the data or your data sources and come up with the same values at the end of the analysis. And this also has to do with clearly documenting the steps that were taken to come up with the end values to research the data. And lastly, recognizing uncertainty. We know that we cannot find data for everything all the time, and the data is not perfect. So it's very important to just recognize that and just clearly mention what are the assumptions that were made and what are the justifications behind some of the values. And again, this is something that Tim also mentioned during his presentation and that Mike included in the cost template when he talked about the uncertainty and how the sensitivity analysis is going to allow you to recognize some of these uncertainty. Okay. Then moving on to the next question, how to select and prioritize data sources. We want to give preference to public data sources. Then if that's not available, probably use some comparable factors or values from other regions. And lastly, leverage relevant proxies. So let me get into the details of those and how we use those to develop the standardized values. So we developed this table with 6 levels of priority, where the top level of priority was to use public cost data were available. And again, this goes back to the credibility of the sources. We leverage sources from the labor organization, International Labor Organization, the International Energy Agency, and government data sources that had data publicly available. And again, this is our priority 1 and preferred data source. So when this is not available, the next level of priority is leveraging private data. We recognize that this data comes at a cost, but it is still, as long as it is still credible and it is complete and it can give you a data point that it is representative, this is the second order of priority. And in this case, we use some private data from the International Energy Agency for some of the power or electricity values. The third level of priority is to use public data points that you can use to estimate final cost. So one example of this is what we did for the well water cost, where we had some public data points related to the cost of installation of those wells. And we made some assumptions related to the depth of those wells and the lifetime of the well, as well as the water flow, to make sure that we had a standardized value across all of the regions that we wanted to represent. The fourth level of priority that we used was using comparable data points to other regional costs. So sometimes you may not be able to find costs for your specific regions, but you may find costs for other regions that can be compared to your region. So one example of this is just saying that the electricity price in North America, for example, is approximately 3 times the electricity price in Africa. So if you have the cost of what the electricity is in North America and you have that factor, then you can come up with the electricity costs for Africa. And this example is purely illustrative, that 3 times is illustrative, but we use some of these factors to be able to have standardized values for all of the regions in the cost metrics. And the fifth one was to use just a closest representative value. So if there is no public data, no private data, there is no way for you to compare one region to another, and all you have is just a region, an economic region that is similar in behavior, then the recommendation is to use the value from that other region. And again, one example of this is just to say that labor conditions in Australia are similar to labor conditions in North America. So if we have the labor conditions in North America, we can assume that the values are going to be very similar for Australia. And again, these examples are highly illustrative. And then the last order of priority would be to use proxies. So if there is any indication of the values that you want to use for your region or your technology, then the recommendation is to use a representative proxy that you can use to estimate the costs for whatever category you're trying to estimate. Okay, so once you have selected the data source that you're going to use, and you already have some of the numbers, the question is how to fill in the data gaps, or how do you treat those data gaps? So there are 3 basic things that you can do to fill in the data gaps. One is to use inflation. The other one is to use averages of historical data. And the third one is to use the compound annual growth rate or CAGR. And the use of those 3 depend on the type of data. So one of the things that we did for the standardized values was to recognize which cost categories were behaving more like commodities and which categories were not behaving like commodities. So for categories like fuel and electricity that more usually behave like commodities, so they have a more volatile behavior over time, you would want to use the average of the data points available to fill in those data gaps. And in contrast, for non-commodity costs like land and labor, where you can expect a more stable behavior over time, where it is a trend upward or a trend downward, or just a stable behavior over time, you can use inflation or the compound annual growth rate, depending on the data available that you have. And again, this is what we did for the standardized cost metrics. And these are some of the things that you can also use for the cost that the team have to determine. Okay. Then how to assess changes in historical data and select the values. So some of the values that you're going to find, again, going back to the commodity term, are going to present high volatility. And in particularly last year, 2020, we all know was a strange year, economically speaking, and in general. So you're going to have some values that are presenting like really low peaks or really peaks that may not be representative of the true value of that cost category. So you want to be able to assess that volatility and in the end select a value that it is again representative of the timeline that you want to use. So what we did for the cost matrix was to take the last 5 years of history of the cost values and analyze the movement of that data over time. So if there were year-to-year changes that were higher or lower than 10%, and then if those changes had consistently trend upward or downward, then we decided to use the 2020 price for that material. But if those changes were not presented in a consistently manner, and then there were other changes like between the highest value and the lowest value were higher than 40%, then we recognize that the level of volatility was too high for us to say that the 2020 value was actually representative of the true cost of that category. And in that case, we decided to use the average of the last 5 years of history. So again, at the end, the idea is to take the history of that value, assess how big is the volatility, and that can help you decide whether the 2020 value is the true representative cost of that cost category, or if an average would be more for assessment of the true cost of that category. So lastly, this is the result of those standardized values where we have 5 cost categories that are give you standardized values. So we have land divided in 3 levels: high value, medium value, and low value. For water, we have 2 different levels. We have tap water and we have well water. For labor, we also have 3 levels. That's high income, middle income, and low income. And for electricity, we have industrial grade, solar, wind, and diesel. And for fuel, we have gasoline, diesel, and propane or LPG. And this is available in the cost template that Mike shared at the beginning of this presentation. And we also state like the sources where this information is coming from, the time frame of the data that was assessed, and consistent units across the categories. I have one more slide. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties. Okay, and the last one. So this is the final matrix with all of the values, all of the standardized values. And one thing that I want to point out here is that we have, again, values for each one of these 5 categories and subcategories, and for 8 economic regions. So we try to, again, be representative of all of the different regions in the world and these 5 cost categories. Mike, anything you would like to add to finalize this presentation?
No, that's great. Thank you so much, Margarita. And we'll just keep rolling along here. So our next speaker is Psarras. He is actually an XPRIZE judge, and he also is a professor and also works for Carbon Direct, which is a company that we've partnered with to help us with some of the LCA. So Pete is going to walk us through some of the issues related to the LCA process, the emissions assessment, as well as the life cycle intake form that each team will submit as part of their submission. So Pete.
Thanks, Mike. I feel bad piling on more work. I saw in one of the comments, "There goes Christmas," which made me cry a little bit inside. I feel you. Well, the point of this, trust me, is to make this as manageable as possible. We're certainly going to walk through, I think, a very important part of this process. Let's see here. Share. Are you seeing regular view or?
Yeah, we got you.
Great. Okay. Well, So one of fellow judges, we both came over from, we did the former XPRIZE. So we love this process, love working with XPRIZE team. Very familiar with evaluating projects. I don't want to say that this was born out of sort of some frustration in that first judging portion. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is that this was definitely an important paper that she co-authored entitled "When Are Negative Emissions Negative Emissions?" It was a very eye-opening and actually quite frightening piece to read for this reason. She evaluated nearly 300 papers. Only half of those papers in the academic space included a definition of negative emissions in there, right? The rest just kind of talked about it very loosely without any attempt to qualify it. Probably worse yet is only roughly 30% of those papers included the idea of storage of those emissions, right? And they could just mostly focused on removing carbon from the atmosphere, which is the fun part, but it's in fact not all that hard to do. In fact, I tell my students all the time, take a deep breath. You've done it, now just don't exhale and you'll be fine. The most frightening part of this was only 2% of the papers actually stated explicitly that you need to consider upstream and downstream contributions. These are these life cycle emissions to determine the true net negativity of your process. And that's why we're here, and this is why this is so important to talk about. I don't want to belabor the point, but I think it's important to talk through. One of the key outcomes of that paper were these 4 key criteria, and I'll just kind of walk through them quickly. I think most of these should be self-obvious, but there's things that we as judges are going to be looking at very carefully, right? Are you removing greenhouse gases from the atmosphere, right? Well, that's a given, yes? Okay. Is your removal intended to be permanent? Mike talked about that 100-year kind of, that permanence is highly debated, right? That's why we're going to have to pick a time. But are you intending to be as permanent as possible? And not, are you at least accounting for that? This is important. This third point, upstream and downstream contributions must be comprehensively estimated, right? And this is kind of the point and the part of this presentation. And finally, of course, then the emissions accounting is your gross removal, the amount that you have stated that you'll remove from the atmosphere. Is that less or greater than the amount that you're re-emitting to the atmosphere throughout your process? Of course, we understand that this competition is a net removal competition, and that's what we're after here, right? So some quick life cycle 101, right? We've talked about boundary conditions. When we evaluate projects, we find a lot of attention, and rightly so, is spent in this so-called cradle to gate. This is sort of your home station. This is your project. Perhaps this is your land area. Perhaps this is your fence line for your engineered process, right? You should know that inside and out. But it's just as important, sometimes more important, to understand what's happening upstream in terms of your feedstocks, okay? If you're securing energy from somewhere, what is the emissions associated with that energy? If it's biomass, right? What are the upstream emissions associated with that biomass, right? Are you securing sodium hydroxide? Is this magical sodium hydroxide that enters your process burden-free, right? Or if that's a thing, then we'll give you your money right now, because that would be fantastic. I just don't think that's the thing, right? Have you assigned emissions to those feedstocks, et cetera? And then a surprising amount of teams forget about this portion over here. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but I'm pointing to the downstream, right? Are you securing that CO2 after removing it from the atmosphere? Well, how are you doing it? How are you getting it there? Are you accounting for fugitive emission loss over that transport? Are you accounting for the energy in the injection, the energy in the conversion of CO2 to a stable product? And of course, end of life. These are all part of what we call cradle to grave. Okay, that outer boundary, and that's what we're after here. Now, the good news is that you're not doing this in a vacuum. A lot of the last 2 presentations have drilled this point home, right? We're after the same things, we're just trying to harmonize it. Okay. Life cycle emissions are sometimes categorized and classified in these kind of 3 bins. You have your direct emissions, which are sometimes easiest to manage and understand, right? These are your energy consumptions. We're all of abiding interest in understanding that and minimizing that from a cost perspective, but also from a life cycle carbon perspective, right? And there are a number of things that fall under those categories. There are your indirect emissions, those that are generated perhaps off-site and through third-party suppliers, but all the same, they're generated and released to the atmosphere, and they count against you in your process, right? This is electricity purchased. This, if you're going into the grid, all right, where are you in the world, right? That matters. Renewable energy, there's embodied emissions there, okay? Purchasing steam, heat, and cooling, any energy that's coming into your system, we need to understand those. And then finally, we have these so-called value chain operations. And this, if anybody has done this exercise before, can be very unwieldy, right? This can be very arduous exercise, and it includes a lot of those upstream and downstream considerations. So what we decided, right, is to come together and develop a tool. This was a partnership between XPRIZE and Carbon Direct called LEIF. LEIF stands for Lifecycle Emission Intake Form. We've developed a version of this in the past. It's been very useful for other proposal processes, right? And here's sort of what it isn't, right? It's not optional, first of all, I'm thinking. You have to fill it out. And it's not a rigorous third-party verified LCA, right? We don't want you to need to do that at this stage. We understand that that may not be appropriate level of detail for many of you at this stage, right? In your engineering. And that can also be a lot of digging, and you've got a lot to submit here, right? It's also, and I need to say this very clearly, not a gatekeeper, right? Even though the judges will be seeing it, not just the 12 main judges, but expert panels of judges for each kind of a specialty, and subject matter experts will have eyes on this. This isn't a hard yes or no. This is to inform us and also inform you. So let's talk about what it is, right? We do want to ease the burden for you in what can be sometimes a difficult exercise, even for those who have been through it, right? And it's a tool for both, really yourself, to learn about your process, as well as for the judges to learn more about where your emissions are occurring. And finally, it's a way to estimate your net removal, which of course is the bottom line here. It's best illustrated through example. So I'm just going to depart from this slide deck really quickly and pull up the tool. Sure. Okay. When you open the tool, there's really 4 tabs of interest. The first is a README tab for those who like to read instructions. We direct you here. This is a good place for reference if you get a little bit lost. This webinar here is also intended to serve as sort of that as a walkthrough. So if it all goes too fast and you've heard so much today, you'll be able to read or watch this again at some point in time as needed. But the majority of your efforts are going to be here on this entry page. Okay, so I've got a process called up here. All right, and so we're just going to kind of walk through it and look at the anatomy and how to kind of fill this out. It mirrors a lot of what you've seen already. Again, this is not in a vacuum at all, right? You are being called on to understand and acquire a lot of these details for other submission parts, so that can kind of carry over here as well. So you don't have to do individual lifting, etc. But we're going to start with this project detail portion, right? Where you're going to put your name. I've got Back to the Future. We got some affiliations. Again, we can do some pull downs. Let's talk about colors. Gray are fixed. Those are locked out to the user. You don't have to worry about those. Those are hard coded. Blue, this is where we want your input, okay, and your feedback. White are your drop downs, which are kind of pre-populated. So I can come down here. Again, important to be as specific as possible when identifying your location, because some of our emission factors and carbon intensities will pull from there when appropriate, or unless you tell us not to. All right, and I'll tell you how to kind of get to that in a second. Like the techno-economic tool, you can do some drop downs here. Okay, that's not really not that important. It kind of helps us classify, but we understand where you're submitting. We know that these lines are somewhat blurred. Okay. Yeah, project lead time, etc. Note the units. If you hover over here, we have some notes left for you so that you don't get lost. I want to put 36 months in there. Okay, 3-year lead time because it's an engineered process. My active project time in years. Again, I can kind of come through here and I can talk about active M&V. Maybe I have that set to 0. May I have 15 years in terms of where I'm actually actively monitoring, verifying my project. Michael talked about this durability term again, the percent released before 100 years. Okay, if you come in here and try to set that as a percent, LEIF is going to yell at you. Try again. Okay, I'm going to try it as a decimal. Again, LEIF will yell at you. So we've tried to make it as bulletproof as possible so that you don't misrepresent your process. Okay. And then average net removal. This is going to be an estimate, but we're also going to calculate this through the sheet. So this is what you provide. The whole point is that the rest of the sheet should somehow match this. Okay. The sheet is organized in really kind of 2 sections after this. The first is this emission contribution worksheet, and this will be the most of the lifting for you. Okay. We've organized this into 5 sections: energy, materials and feedstock, land use, transport, okay, and other. You don't have to fill out everything. You fill out as much as you need to describe your process, okay? I want to kind of walk through some of these columns because they're important. The first you'll see is this item column. And here we have a white cell, so you have a drop down, right? And so you can select from a number of different options. This is an energy section, so perhaps I'm using wind. Okay, perhaps I'm pulling straight from the grid. Okay, that grid's going to mind where you are. Okay, I've got thermal options. I've got bio options. Okay, here I might want to say something like wind, and we've offered here an opportunity, and I want you to take that opportunity to describe what this actually classifies, right? So this is wind. I don't know if this would make sense, but yeah, I'm using electricity for wind for construction. Okay, that's fine. Construction of my plant. Here I'm going to classify. Okay, this is really important. Is it a one-time value? Is this assigned once? So a construction energy input, right? You're not going to be incurring that every year. You're not going to be reconstructing your plant or reconverting your land every year, right? Okay, so we're going to set that as assigned once. Here I have an opportunity to select my dropdown. And then here, of course, I'm going to provide my value. Okay. I can also here provide a location, and we encourage you to do that. It's on site. Okay. Now let's say I didn't like any of these options. We do provide you the opportunity to write in. So this is an other. Okay. So I'm going to write in, and you can note the units here, kilograms per gigajoule, right? So I've got that. I've got my own values. Thank you very much, XPRIZE and Carbon Direct. I'm not going to be held to your values. We do want you to reserve this for only those opportunities, of course, where there isn't a suitable option in the dropdown. But you can provide your own value here, whatever that happens to be. Again, if I try to write in, you know, words or something, that's going to yell at me. I know we need a floating point number. If you are providing your own carbon intensity, okay, basically emission factor, we do ask that you provide a source, right? This shouldn't come out of the sky or from some emission factor fairy, right? The previous presentation pointed you to a lot of good approaches. There are databases, there are public government websites and reports, academic, white literature, gray literature, etc. Okay. I can kind of keep rolling through this one by one. I'm not going to build out an entire example, but I might have, you know, this might be for calcination of lime. I can't type. It's okay. This is going to be an ongoing, right? So here, ongoing value. And when I select ongoing as a classification, okay, here I'll also select my unit of choice. When I select ongoing, and this is also provided here in the window as a note, the value you provide should be annualized. Okay, so an average value, this should be incurred every year. Don't put a total value here, right? This is gigajoules per year. All right, this is what you assign when you have a value that occurs on an annual basis. Okay, then I can fill that. And then you kind of go on and so forth. Now you have already inventoried a lot of this for your technical economic sheets, for your material mass and balance sheet, and energy balance sheets. So you can pull a lot of that from what you've already gained. All right, then but let's say you haven't done one of these exercises before. Maybe you have a third-party consultant that can help. Maybe you have somebody on your team that can help. But if you still find yourself lost, we've provided an item checklist, right? This is sort of a reminder checklist. Have you considered this, that, and the other, right? You can go through here and just look, liquefaction energy. Have I considered injection energy? Have I considered energy associated with biomass conversion and cultivation? Okay, I can go through here. Again, you don't have to hit everything. You can hit everything that applies. This is just kind of helps inspire that reporting. And again, we want you to be as diligent as possible here, right? The overarching theme here is that we want you to do your best. What we don't want is you to exclude any emissions or reporting because you think it will look bad, of course. You'll have, again, expert judges, and we know what to look for in these sheets. Material feedstocks, right? Again, drop downs, be inclusive as possible. Note that some of these units are fixed, okay? Non-editable. We have a units conversion worksheet over here that can help you conform to the units of LEIF, right? As you work your way down, we have this other sheet. You'll find in the other sheet some hard-coded items. Not hard-coded because we necessarily need you to fill out every single one of these, but we have deemed from expert opinion that these are frequently encountered issues, right? And frequently encountered emission sources, right? So look at those very carefully. And of course, you have an opportunity to provide more options. Now, what if you run out of space? You've got 20 entries. We think that should be enough for you to describe your process in a good amount of detail for us to get a good sense of your emission profile. If you absolutely need more space, you can't provide a second LEIF. We would just ask that you append the name, okay? If you run out of that space. You have to provide a second sheet. Please provide all the project details, all right? But all you need to do is then provide non-redundant information in this submission. But we hope we have left you enough space so as not have to do that, right? So you can enjoy your holidays. The final part, of course, is the carbon removal, right? You've already sort of expressed this kind of baked into that net removal, but of course we want you to be able to describe your gross removal capacity here, right? You'll see this has a slightly different feel. We've decided to hard code, okay, and organize this loosely based on vertical, all right? That shouldn't be, we don't want these lines to be very firm. We understand that the lines between many of these air, land, ocean could be very blurry. So please don't feel confined if you've got a direct air capture facility to just stick here, or if you've got a mineralization project that you ought to only live in the rock category, right? Please look at all that apply. We've had these vetted by our judging panel and expert subject matter experts that we think this is inclusive as possible, right? We're asking you in this section to simply provide enough information so that we can roll up your gross removal. Okay, maybe that's a land area and a function of uptake according to that area. Perhaps it's biomass growth and a function of uptake as a function of that increased biomass, or mineral, broadcast and those uptake rates. But the point is we should be able to roll up your gross removal in this section. And because we've hard coded it over here, we've provided you an extra opportunity over here to provide additional detail, and we certainly encourage you to do that, right? This is anything you can provide beyond these sort of hard-baked descriptions over here, okay? And that's it. That's LEIF in a nutshell. You know, as you are organized with your data, and we want you and encourage teams, particularly in a carbon removal endeavor, right, to make this an active part of your practice, to inventory your emissions so that we can get a good, true estimate of your net removals, right? What you won't see on this sheet are your results, and that is very much intentional, right? You will see those, however, when LEIF is returned to you fully executed, all right? We hope that that provides you some guidance, perhaps in terms of the higher emission points, and can serve as a good starting point as you engineer and design your process going forward throughout the contest. With that, as a judge, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I want to say thank you for submitting to this important prize. Best of luck, and we are so excited to learn more about your projects. Thanks.
Great, thanks a lot, Pete. So last but not least, in this portion of the presentation, we have Alayna Chuney from Carbon 180. She's going to be talking about the environmental justice and social license aspect of the submission. Alayna, do you want to take it away?
Hello. Okay, thank you. Let's see. All right, hello everyone. My name is Alayna Chuney, and I am a Senior Policy Advisor at Carbon 180. I focus primarily on our environmental justice initiative. So just to give you guys a bit of background about Carbon 180, we are a climate-focused nonprofit on a mission to fundamentally rethink carbon. And as a leading climate policy nonprofit in Washington, D.C., and by the way, we are the only one working solely on carbon removal, we are laser focused on bolstering the solutions that will solve the climate crisis. And we do this by working with leading scientists, businesses, and policymakers to build a world that removes more carbon than it emits. So today I'm here to talk a little bit about applying environmental justice principles to the carbon removal field. But before I talk about that, I want to just talk a little bit more about what we do. So we work to educate, engage, and impact policymakers, scientists, and businesses to champion and enact ambitious carbon removal policy. And we are working to increase funding by the public and private sectors and increase resources that transform carbon removal into a global industry. So in addition to those things, I mentioned earlier that I am the Senior Policy Advisor and focus on our environmental justice initiative. Environmental justice plays an equally important role in shaping Carbon 180's carbon removal future. And I'm going to talk a little bit about environmental justice in the context of carbon removal, how Carbon 180 has been thinking about it, and our role in the XPRIZE competition. So let's set the stage. So at Carbon 180, we have been thinking deeply about the nexus of carbon removal and environmental justice. Our environmental justice initiative was founded on the moral imperative that carbon removal not only addresses carbon emissions, but also improves the well-being of communities, and a growing recognition of the need to center environmental justice within the carbon removal field to gain community acceptance and deploy projects that are supported. So ultimately, our goal is to advocate for the integration of equity and justice in the carbon removal field and ensure that we are pursuing policy development and advocacy opportunities that are in line with justice objectives. In order to get to this point, though, we had to do a lot of research and distinguish the difference between environmental justice and climate justice. So for starters, when you think about the word environment, you immediately think about nature and trees. But what we realized is that the use of the words environment and justice and environmental justice was very intentional. The environmental justice movement, which dates back way to the 1940s, specifically co-opted and redefined environment to intentionally include the built environment most familiar to communities of color, referring to it as a place to live, work, pray, play, and worship safely. So working with that information, the EPA established a definition for environmental justice and defined it as the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income, with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. And what we've seen over the years is that there have been various definitions that are more inclusive, but for the sake of the presentation, I'm going to use this one. So now let's shift to climate justice, which is a more recent movement and frames climate change as a human rights and racial justice issue. So rather than purely an environmental or physical problem, the movement acknowledges that climate change disproportionately affects historically marginalized communities, such as communities of color and economically disadvantaged communities, through social, economic, public health, and other adverse impacts. Climate justice also brings the conversation to the international level, including the historical responsibility of the global north, particularly the United States, in contributing to climate change, while the global south bears the disproportionate burden of impacts. Now, carbon removal has an opportunity to support both climate and environmental justice priorities. To do so, carbon removal must protect and empower disadvantaged communities, support a just economic transition for workers and their communities, require robust community participation and ownership, and promote global problem solving, which is how and why we developed the environmental justice reading materials and the questionnaire. Both are great places to start in terms of creating a more equitable carbon removal field. So we talked a little bit about what environmental justice is and climate justice, but there are several types of justices that underpin environmental and climate justice efforts, particularly procedural and distributive. Finding ways to integrate different types of justice into carbon removal can help ensure solutions don't create new harms for frontline communities or exacerbate existing ones, while creating space to redress historical injustices and potentially help transform our food and energy systems. So, procedural justice. This creates that transparent and inclusive dialogue where all stakeholders, particularly disadvantaged groups, can discuss priorities and concerns. It empowers all stakeholders to participate in decision-making processes and compensates them for their work. Finally, it places in the hands of disadvantaged stakeholders the power to shape carbon removal development and deploy and provide final approval of a project. Distributive ensures harms and adverse impacts from carbon removal solutions don't fall at disadvantaged groups. It ensures potential benefits and opportunities from carbon removal, like jobs, air and water quality improvements, and wealth creation, are distributed fairly across stakeholder groups, especially the disadvantaged groups. And then finally, there's reparative, which holds extractive industries and other relevant stakeholders accountable for historic harms through legal action or other steps deemed appropriate by those communities that have been harmed. It ensures historic and continuing harms are openly addressed by offenders and reparations are completed in accordance with the desires of harmed communities and stakeholders. So it essentially returns power to harmed communities. The questions in the questionnaire will get at the first two types of justice, procedural and distributive, in a sense that we want to ensure that harms and adverse impacts are being considered and that we want to create a transparent process where disadvantaged communities are more aware of what's going on and able to address their concerns as it pertains to carbon removal. So why carbon removal specifically? Well, we are starting to realize that carbon removal isn't a question of if, but when. We know that we need both land and tech-based carbon removal to help slow down the climate crisis. But the issue is now, how do we make sure that this time we get things right and consider environmental injustices that may occur as a result? We know that carbon removal deployment at scale will require substantial physical and human infrastructure. So solutions can only provide regionally appropriate co-benefits if communities have the agencies to control and co-design and deployment of projects in their community. If environmental justice is not prioritized, carbon removal projects could exacerbate current injustices. And then CDR approaches have an opportunity to cultivate the support of environmental justice group and frontline communities by demonstrating substantial public health, environment, and social benefits. So as we scale carbon removal solutions, and as you all develop your projects, there is an urgent need to integrate equity and justice into tech CDR to ensure fair and effective implementation that supports disadvantaged communities. And I just wanted to note that for this project, The judges will have access to these questions and to your responses, but they will not be used for the phase 1 milestone award submissions. And, you know, for this is more of a learning experience. The goal is to collect this data and to use it for future learnings and to be published for the benefits of the carbon removal community. So let's move on to some of the existing tensions between environmental justice advocates and organizations that they have with carbon removal technologies. So to date, little progress has been made on justice-centered climate action, despite the ethical and moral imperatives presented by public health, human rights, and overall the climate crisis. Socially and economically disadvantaged groups continue to face disproportionate harms, and until environmental justice is centered in shaping and implementing policies and projects, it will continue to happen. There also remains tension within the government on the role of carbon removal as it relates to environmental justice. To date, many feel that benefits to disadvantaged communities have not been demonstrated and are therefore not supported. Opposition to carbon removal technology has grown as policies and projects to support them gain momentum. For many environmental justice communities, clean air is considered a luxury. So many are still breathing unhealthy air and the burden is not evenly shared, which is why they see carbon removal as a false solution and are concerned about carbon removal not addressing other greenhouse gases and technological carbon removal causing more pollutants. And then in addition, there are a number of oil and gas companies tied to carbon removal, and this raises issues and concerns for environmental justice communities due to the past harms done by oil companies. Those same tensions are also a great area for us to gain momentum and create opportunities. So through the development of the questions, we are including environmental justice considerations during the initial phase of the carbon removal projects. By doing this, we are ensuring the community voices are heard and some injustices are being acknowledged. Another area is to point out the fact that there is no one way to do carbon removal. So not all carbon removal is created equal in terms of social, economic, and environmental impacts, and nuanced positions are needed to distinguish better technologies, practices, projects, and policies from worse ones. The social, economic, and political context in which people implement carbon removal will affect its acceptance and impacts. It's not just about carbon removal, but also about the broader system and society in which carbon removal will be deployed. So it's not enough to simply transition from fossil fuels into a low carbon, but equally unjust society. We must instead leverage policy and projects to reroute power to the most disenfranchised. And many EJ communities are just not aware of the different types of carbon removal options and what they have to offer, which is why it's important to be as transparent as possible and to educate around current CDR technologies. So as you all are thinking about your projects, remember that investing in environmental justice is investing in your project. And that project development needs environmental justice considerations because it's not just the right thing to do, but it's going to help with deployment, with the smooth transition and scale up, which is where the opportunities lie. Which is why Carbon 180 developed a set of guiding principles to help others think about environmental justice in the context of carbon removal. These principles are foundational for standing up a climate sector of high quality carbon removal projects and were key in the development of the questionnaire. They can help guide the creation of meaningful carbon removal projects that provide tangible environmental, economic, and social benefits. So regardless of varying feedstocks and conversion technologies and processes, exemplary carbon removal projects must possess the following attributes across 4 dimensions. For starters, the benefits of carbon removal projects should be equitably allocated across communities, particularly in disadvantaged communities that often inherit burdens rather than opportunities. Carbon removal technologies and practices that are effective and provide both climate and non-climate benefits should be prioritized for deployment in overburdened communities. So as long as they are supported by communities. Projects should reflect local concerns and contexts, including racial disparities and the historical exclusion of communities in deployment strategies. Public engagement processes need to be inclusive and accessible to all members of the community. Provide resources to properly evaluate the carbon removal solutions being deployed, and ensure governance structures give communities ownership over decision-making. If communities don't agree to a project, planners should provide adjustments, alternatives, or in some cases, maybe even halt the project altogether. Carbon removal solutions should not only avoid creating new harms, but also aim to redress burdens already placed on frontline communities, such as unfair labor standards, risk to clean air and water, and public health harms. While research on the social impacts of scaling carbon removals is underdeveloped, it is important to understand potential impacts and barriers in order to enable well-informed decision-making over the development and deployment of different approaches. Currently, socioeconomic insights do not receive the same weight and attention as technological economic research in the carbon removal field. This, however, is necessary to promote a more holistic understanding of technologies, practices, and projects. Research findings should be accessible so that disadvantaged communities can use them to make timely decisions about local carbon removal projects. And then finally, the United States must support members of the Global South in determining the research and project deployments that take place in their communities. The Global North also has a historical responsibility to reduce emissions while ensuring that carbon removal scale-up does not impose undue hardship on economic growth or access to resources in Global South countries. So in closing, carbon removal practitioners must actively work to establish best practice examples that demonstrate success in meeting the needs of frontline communities and meaningfully incorporating equity and justice, which is why we are introducing equity and justice considerations early in the development cycle of the new solutions you all are proposing, so that issues can be identified and addressed well before project implementation. We understand that many of you are not experts in environmental justice, and that is why we see this process as one of learning and exploration. And ultimately, each carbon dioxide removal project will have unique benefits, trade-offs, risks, and opportunities for communities and for the global effort to address climate change. Defining and addressing specific issues will be critical to ensuring that if these technologies are scaled, it is done in a way that fairly distributes responsibilities and burdens to people and nature, while accelerating the reduction and removal of emissions from the atmosphere in a way that prioritizes the needs already impacted by the climate change. I think that is all I have for now. Thank you all for listening.
Great, thank you so much for the nice presentation, Alayna. And that kind of brings us to the end of this monster session about the rules and submission requirements. We're going to roll right into a Q&A period. I know it's been a long session already, and if you need to take a break, now is a good time to take a break, but we are just going to roll into the Q&A here for a few minutes. So we've been answering questions as we've gone in the Q&A box. Oh, I should turn on my video here. Sorry, everybody. So you can keep asking your questions in the Q&A box, and we will address them as they come in. And like I said, if you need to take a short break and rejoin us in a few minutes, we're just going to keep rolling with that for the next few minutes here.
Okay, let's roll right into some of these questions. The first question is asking if we can suggest independent third-party auditors.
Yes, great question. So we don't have a list of verifiers to choose from. One of the things we didn't want to have to mandate that teams had to choose from a list of like pre-qualified verifiers or anything. So instead, what we opted to do was provide that checklist of requirements to establish anybody as being qualified and independent. And if you meet those requirements, then you're kind of good to go to be a verifier. So So we don't have anyone specifically in mind. The other reason we can't recommend people is we don't necessarily, you guys are the experts in your own technology, and so you're the best people actually to identify qualified verifier for your project. So so that's why we haven't provided a list or anybody or anything.
Question about scope 3. Oh, okay, maybe that one. Okay. Question about scope 3 emissions. Is there any list we can reference these from?
Again, we don't have a like a mandated database or anything to reference. Our hope is that you supply references that are that are kind of high quality and legitimate. But again, it's kind of up to you to come up with justifiable carbon intensity values in where you're prompted to in the LEIF form.
Okay. Okay, question from Joffrey, verification will occur after the first milestone, or is it required for February 1st?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, it's they're asking if the verification will occur after the first milestone or if it's required for the February 1st submission.
Yes, we would like to see verification at the time of the submission. So, hopefully you can get somebody to take a look at your demonstration in the next 2 months and include that as part of your submission.
Okay. A question about LEIF. Will we get results back from LEIF before February 1st?
Not before February 1st, but we will turn around some feedback after the submission.
Okay. Question from James. We built a decentralized reward system for properly handling carbon that people can produce or come in contact with in their lives with well-known methods of CO2 reduction and carbon sequestration. Do we just need to ensure just the payment systems or every person in the global community of participants doing these tasks on their farms and in their homes?
I think if I understand your question correctly, the issue is if your system is decentralized, we do want to see some level of accounting that provides assurance of the carbon removals that are actually happening. So there does need to be some kind of accounting for all of those little individual projects that are all over the place. We don't necessarily need you to provide robust verification of all of those things. If you've got 1,000 small farmers or something like that that are all sort of doing their own thing. But what we would like to see is that you have a very good understanding of the whole range of circumstances that are involved in your full system, and that you can provide assurances that the carbon removals that you're claiming are actually happening. I hope that answers your question. It sounds like it sounds like you've got an interesting project.
Okay. A question from E. Bachman. I also just want to call out that if you do have questions specifically for some of our guest speakers, we urge you to type them in now since they are all still with us. They may be dropping after this for other commitments in their day. So make sure you get those questions in now while we still have them here. So E. Bachman, how should land use or lack thereof be quantified with a solution that has global deployment potential? Where should land costs be centered? This could dramatically impact total sequestered per ton costs. In that same regard, with the solution that has global deployment potential, where should all costs be centered? Obviously, labor costs, material costs, transportation costs, et cetera, differ substantially from one area to another. Lastly, amortization and depreciation periodicity should be equalized between teams. Do you have any guidance in this regard?
Yeah, good question. So, so the cost worksheet works through a few of these issues. I mean, the one of the important concepts is that all of your cost estimates should be consistent using the same set of underlying assumptions. So, if you choose, you know, if a team is making a claim that they're deploying in like very low value land, like a desert type of environment, then that team can't also make the claim that the land is very fertile and that there's you know, easy access to services. So I think the judges are going to be looking for sort of teams to paint a picture about the solution that is sort of cohesive and makes sense. So having said that, you may claim to operate your solution anywhere, you know, so definitely you're welcome to paint a picture of that system operating in a favorable location, if that makes sense. Now, regarding the costs and specifically the capital costs, amortization and depreciation, the method that we've used, we built into the cost calculator is that teams will use a capital recovery factor. So the first step is to build out all of your capital costs, and then you apply a capital recovery factor of 20% of those capital costs every year to account for all of like the soft costs and you know, taxes and cost of capital and depreciation and amortization and contingencies and all that other stuff. So the idea is that the cost worksheet, the cost that you specify, should focus on the hard costs, the as-built costs, and then everything else is kind of lumped into that capital recovery factor that gives that standard level of standardization across all the teams.
Okay. Question from Katarina. Just to make sure a technology verification is enough, a carbon offset removal credit verification for full-scale implemented projects is not required. But can it be used if we have one, like, for example, a certification by the Puro Earth Marketplace?
Yeah, great point. Yes, certainly existing verification is totally fine if you have it in place. The verification should focus on the specific project that you're articulating in your submission. But yes, that's totally fine. But it's important to note that verification does not need to be full offset removal credit verification. Like, it does not necessarily need to be the same sort of verification required by, say, regulated carbon markets. That's not the level of verification required at this point in the competition.
A request to push back the deadline from Nando for phase one back a month so they have more time to complete all the required documents.
Yeah, we've had a few requests there. I don't know if any of my colleagues want to comment. I mean, we aren't in a position to grant that request today, but I think we're definitely sensitive to the time. We want to see teams succeed in this round, and we understand that the submission is big. We're asking for a lot here, so I just want to acknowledge that. We're kind of hoping that the submission was designed to allow teams to communicate what they've been working on in a very structured way. That was kind of the the approach here. And so so if I can make a suggestion, that's really how I'd like to see you focus your, completing those these tasks is use the submission as an opportunity to try and communicate that demonstration that you've been working on.
Okay, here's an environmental justice question from Mark Capron. As an environmental justice issue, the teams that are already designing their solution in a way that coastal communities and emerging economies will want to implement can be the teams most in need of the 1 million, if only because they really need the bandwagon effect of philanthropists. Can XPRIZE offer a non-monetary endorsement of a solution that would be helpful, just like having the UN endorse a program or project in the Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development?
So, I mean, I'd invite any of my colleagues to pitch on this. Definitely, the question resonates, and that's definitely true. The milestone rewards are not going to be weighted in any particular way. We don't have earmarks for different tracks or different geographies or anything like that. But we are hopeful that the milestone award winners represent a very diverse cohort. We are also looking at ways we can recognize other competitors in phase coming out of phase one. In addition to giving away the milestones, having like a long list of teams that are doing great work and that they've undergone some scrutiny and that the judges have kind of given a bit of a thumbs up to. Does anybody else want to add to that?
Yeah, I think that's right, Mike. It's an interesting idea, specifically trying to recognize teams on various kind of categories or criteria like environmental justice. I think we probably might not be able to implement that right away for the milestone submissions, given that that's really close and would kind of require a rubric in order to be able to make those assessments for specific categories in that way. But we will take that as a note to think about. There's also a kind of related question right below from John that says, how will the judges trade off EJ and CJ considerations against quantitative economic factors? And I think, we just wanted to clarify that for this first round of milestone submissions, the environmental justice questionnaire is really intended to be more of a prompt to get teams thinking about these important topics and to articulate all of the kind of thinking that has been done to date, but really like bake that into your planning moving forward. So it's not as much of a core component of the judging for the milestone awards. It will continue to grow in its importance as the competition progresses and as your solutions progress. So we just wanted to clarify that point, but those are both good questions.
Okay.
So there's a good question here from E. Bachman about conflict of interest and verification. This is a flavor of a question that I've got a lot over the last few days. And the question is, is utilizing the services of, say, an engineer that might also work with another team a conflict of interest? Do teams need exclusivity agreements with engineers, contractors, and or consultants? This is a great point. The answer is no, exclusivity is not required. Just because a team is associated or maybe also doing or just because a verifier, I should say, is associated with another team or maybe doing the verification on another team doesn't disqualify them from verifying your team. The only requirement is that they are able to demonstrate independence from your team and your submission. No, Tim, do you have anything to add on to that?
Yeah, I think that's right, Mike. As long as they are independent from the team, that should be fine. And if they're a professional services organization, they should have firewalls between different teams and organizations. There's not flow over of IP or other concerns or things like that. So yeah, as long as they're independent, they should be good.
Okay, here's a good question. Is it okay if part of my business includes selling carbon credits as offsets? So, so that's certainly okay. For the purposes of our costing exercise, we are asking teams not to include the sale of offsets as a source of revenue. The reason for that is because everybody is going to be claiming offsets as a source of revenue. We hope to see that kind of economy emerge, and it's really unclear how the pricing of those offsets is going to work today. But in the real world, we would love to see you raise money by selling offsets. So, so we don't restrict your revenue sources in any way, and we would encourage you to seek revenue by selling offsets wherever you can.
Okay. Just looking through some of these questions to see if there are any specifically for our speakers.
Okay, so here's a question about the scope of the demonstration for this phase of the competition. Salvador Garcia asks, do we need to have a working demo that demonstrates CO2 sequestration by February 1st to qualify for the milestones? The answer is no. We don't have any requirements on the scope or scale of the demonstration. You can choose to demonstrate any aspect of your technology that supports the overall premise of your proposal. So that does not necessarily need to be about sequestration or even about capture. It could be an intermediate step. That's totally fine. The point of the demonstration is to show that you have something working, that you've began work on something, and that you're kind of capable of building a working thing. Here's another question about costing. So how are material and funding donations to be accounted for in the financials? So just remember that the cost exercise is about a hypothetical megaton scaled project. And so this is really, it's like if you were to build something much bigger than has ever been demonstrated today, how much would it cost to do so? And so the idea of material and funding donations is not really what we had in mind. Really, it's about how many resources would be required to build a very large scale plant. Obviously, when somebody goes to actually do that, there will be a lot of consideration to how do you raise the money, but or the resources required to do it. But our objective here is to just kind of quantify what those costs are. So Marcus, thanks for the question.
Question from Ed Weinberg, please go over the capital cost carryover percentage. It seems high at 20% when the current cash flow discount factor is only 5 to 6%.
Yes, it's we did a fair amount of research on the capital recovery factor. It's important to recognize that it encompasses more than just discounted cash flows. The idea is to try and provide some level of consistent estimation of all of the soft costs related to commissioning a project. And so that includes the cost of capital. It includes, it includes an estimate of taxes, depreciation, royalties, other owner's costs that are typically accounted in a project. As well, and then whatever's left over you could consider to be some contingency. And actually, what our research showed is that when you start talking about contingencies, 20% is actually typically on the low side. So there's an argument. I understand some teams are going to argue it's too high. I know that many experts we consulted have made the argument that 20% is too low. We feel that 20% is justified, and at the very least, it provides a consistent baseline to take a look at all the teams. So, so I definitely respect that point, but 20% is where we landed.
Question from David Cardill. We are looking at having some governmental subsidies created. And if and once we get these, can we just purchase a steady stream CO2 from Praxair or another global CO2 gas production company?
So if you're demonstrating your demonstration today, that's totally fine. You can source CO2 basically from wherever you want, because we don't require specific scope or scale of the demonstration today. However, for the competition proposal and for the system that you want to get up and running, for the grand prize, you will need to source CO2 from the air or the oceans. You can do that via an intermediary. If you can find a vendor who can source that CO2 from the air or the oceans and deliver it to you, that's totally fine. You will need to provide some technical documentation and some verification of the of the costs and the emissions associated with capturing that CO2. So you're more than welcome to use commercial partners for any aspect of your system. Like I said, provided you can provide us the technical information that we need.
Okay. So that was answered. Question from John Chandler: are rivers and freshwater usable as well as oceans?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't actually know the answer to that. I know that there's a well-established flux of CO2 between the atmosphere and the ocean. I don't know if that same flux is established with freshwater. I don't know if any of our experts online know the answer to that question, but that sort of thing is really the responsibility of the team to convince the judges of in their submission. So definitely take some time to explain that, and cite some sources to support those claims.
I saw a quick one that was asking for software recommendations to produce a process flow diagram. I think it could be anything. Greg and Mike here, like you could use PowerPoint or Google Slides, just make a block diagram, or Visio or any drawing program. It's less about having it in a certain format and just making it clear Prezi, I've never used it, but I think the answer is like probably. Just make sure it's clear, well annotated. If you have a PFD tool, that's great too. Correct me if I'm going wrong, Mike, but I think that's where it's at.
No, you're absolutely right. I'll say that you know, like a drawing tool like AutoCAD or Visio just kind of can make life easier in some senses. You know, when you're building complex diagrams in PowerPoint, for example, they can be really finicky. But that doesn't mean that it can't be done. It certainly can be done. Even hand drawings, as far as I'm concerned, are fine. Tim, do you have any other recommendations?
Lucid Chart is popular in the chat at the moment.
Yeah, no other real recommendations from me. Obviously, if you have more complicated engineering software and Aspen modeling, that kind of stuff, you can cover a lot of things with that. But your basic Visio and other presentation software can suffice.
Okay, question from an anonymous. How shall one convey the variable of future optimization of a method? For direct air capture, it may be more fixed, but for biology, you can have a huge variation depending on how well you have refined your system. This past year hasn't been enough time to optimize since growth cycles are offered seasonally and require a year to see how you did. So how do we use these forms to convey an approach that includes iteration that would lead to better outcomes in the future? What can we achieve today that shouldn't be extrapolated to kiloton or megaton scale? Huge amounts of optimization are needed for any serious scalable ocean-based solution.
Yeah, that's a great point. So every team is going to have to make some assumptions about the nature of their technology going forward, and everybody is going to have or most teams, I think, are going to have legitimate claims to improving the performance over time through optimization and through economies of scale and so on and so forth. I think it's just important that you articulate what those assumptions are. There are a few different ways of sort of quantifying those assumptions or you know, comparing them to other technologies, for example, learning rates and things like that. So you may choose to use something like that. I think the point is, if you can show us what you've done to date, articulate how you see things playing out over time and what you expect that performance to be, you know, say in the finals of the competition, with you know, with some justification around your assumptions, that's as good as you can do. I think that's kind of the gold standard there.
Okay, question from E. Bachman. For geological formation, CO2 sequestration costs should be somewhat equal between teams. It is also a somewhat unknown quantity at any scale since it is a new development outside of enhanced oil recovery. Are wellhead sequestration costs something that should be set as fixed between teams? There's also the possibility that large-scale sequestration sites will be government-owned and or operated strategic assets with no wellhead costs. Do you have any guidance on this?
Yeah, good question. So we did talk about this. This was something that we considered. We decided not to provide standardized costs for geological sequestration because we do expect to see different teams with different kinds of approaches. And so we didn't want to necessarily presume that there is a one-size-fits-all solution here. You know, it really does depend on the formation and on how deep you're drilling and on, you know, a number of other factors. You know, at this point in time, it really is just up to you to think through all those steps and try to articulate that show to the judges that you have gone through the process of thinking through all those steps and trying to assign some cost to those. So I think everybody recognizes that we're in many ways exploring new frontiers here. And, you know, the cost that you submit to us may not necessarily be exactly accurate, you know, as things play out in the real world. But we do want you to kind of do your best and try to do the best with the information that we have. Regarding the, you know, the idea of like governments taking on the role of sequestering CO2, I mean, that's it's certainly, you know, it's exciting to see things moving in that direction, but it hasn't happened yet. And so we want to assume that that you have to do it all yourself at this point in time. You know, hopefully, maybe even within this competition, we'll be able to see some of those sites get up and running, and teams can make use of some of those centralized sequestration services.
Yeah, I'd like to just jump in. So this question has come up in many forms today, and the basic question is, do we really have to have something working for the February 1st submission with data, or can we submit something that's on paper or a published paper or a simulation? The answer is yes. You don't have to have a full working carbon removal solution, but we do want some evidence that you have something working. You define what the something is, that's the key component. You tell us what the data looks like. You show us that it's verified so that we have evidence that it's actually working. But that's the goal for February 1st. Second thing I want to address, there was a question about the media rights agreement. This is in the competitor agreement, Exhibit B, if you're following that along. The question was specifically about when XPRIZE asks that teams give XPRIZE a heads up before you disclose media. The basic answer to that one is, if it's media that you generate that has to do with the prize, yes, we'd like to know about it and be asked in advance. If it's media that you generate about your team or your project or your group independent of the competition, then that's fine. That's, you know, go for it. General comment is, if anybody has questions, concerns about the media rights agreement, please just contact us directly and we'll try to work with you on that. As Nikki said way back at the beginning, our goal is to actually use the attention that the prize brings, whatever that may be, to focus it on actually what you and the rest of the community are doing, because that's sort of our purpose here. Okay, so just want to hit those 2 points. Are we going to go to you, Rupa, now for a short presentation? Okay, take it away.
Yeah, I think so. Nikki, could you pull up where we left off?
So I think there's 2 more presentations to come. One is from Rupa about sort of the mechanics of how to complete your submission, and the other is from Caden, who leads our marketing and comms efforts for this project, to give a few pointers on that end of the spectrum. And we'll, as I think somebody said, we'll just keep answering questions in the Q&A.
Yeah,
throughout.
so keep typing your Q&A in the Q&A box, and we'll get back to them once we're through. Okay, so don't want to take up too much time, but just in case there's any doubts about how to actually get to your submission activities. So the first step is go to pop.xprize.org. Next slide, please. And once you're logged in, you're going to go to competitions and then find XPRIZE carbon removal in the list of prizes that you see below. Click on My Team. And once your team is logged in, you'll go to activities. So here you see under the activities tab, it's circled, and there's 6 activities in my POP account that I have to address. So next slide. So under activities, you will find everything that it needs your attention for the milestone submission. So all the different parts of the submission you'll see here, and you can go through them one by one. So the first part of the team milestone submission is your team summary. Some of you will notice there's a lot of similarity between this and the registration form that you filled out when you first registered for the competition. We want to make sure we have the most accurate, up-to-date information. I know a lot of you have asked if you can change your team name or put up a new website or change your project description. This is definitely the place to do that because, you know, it's going to have the most accurate and up-to-date information about your team, especially if things have changed over the last few months. So that's the first part of the submission. Next slide. The next part of the submission is the technical submission, which is divided into 7 parts, as you see here, which Mike discussed. So the first part is going to cover your CDR project proposal. The next is going to talk about, you're going to address your demonstration components, the third-party verification. Notice that there will be uploads for each of these next few that you'll be able to upload it directly from POP. That includes your verification checklist, your verification report, your process flow diagram, stream table, mass and energy balance. Those are all going to be uploads. Your cost summary, which includes a cost summary upload worksheet, and the durable sequestration part of your submission, where you can discuss that. And then your life cycle analysis. The upload will be a life cycle amount, the emissions intake form. So within these sections, there are templates that you're going to be using that are referenced. So please read that carefully. Right now, you can find all the templates within the resources tab, which is when you first log in, where you saw the dashboard with activities. Next to that, there's resources. So we are, the templates are located there for your reference under the team communications and toolkit section. So next slide, please. Okay. Next part of the submission is the compliance certification checklist. That is, excuse me. Right before that is the environmental justice questionnaire. So there is a link to reading materials that are referenced in this section that we'd like you to read through prior to completing the questionnaire there. So just bringing that to your attention. The next part of your submission is going to be a compliance certification checklist. This is for insurance. So this is just so that you know what insurance coverage is required for the competition, and that you acknowledge that through a digital signature that you'll be putting in through DocuSign. Next slide, please. Couple more competition requirements. Proof of insurance upload is where you will upload your insurance policy. And then the parental consent form, which is for team members who are under 18. So if you do have team members under 18 years old, similar to the student submission, we require that they have a parental consent form uploaded. So if you face any technical issues on POP, contact POP support at xprize.org. They can get to these issues quicker than we can, since they're directly tapped into the platform and can address any sort of troubleshooting or any errors or anything that you see there. Contact us at carbonremoval@xprize.org for any other questions. Okay, let's move on to Caden, I think.
Well, okay then.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Bear with me a sec as I share my screen, but my name is Caden Kennard, and I'm the Director of Communications at XPRIZE. Can I get a nod from some of my teammates if you can see my screen? Okay, perfect. Okay. So, actually, Nikki said we were overtime, but looks like we're right on schedule. But still, I'll kind of be quick because I know it's been a longer day for everyone involved here. I want to talk about a few things today about XPRIZE, our brand tone, and what we're trying to accomplish from a communications perspective and who we are, some do's and don'ts for naming and logo conventions, asset creations and approvals, and then team storytelling, ideally what we want from you and how we can help support whatever that you're producing. So, About XPRIZE. Here is our company vision that's really laid out. Sorry, I'm going to read from it a little bit just so everyone knows who we are. Every single day, we're working to create a better world, a world of infinite possibilities, a more hopeful future for all, a world where everyone's days are spent imagining, creating, collaborating, not fearing and fighting, a world where everyone has access to clean water, nutritious food, affordable housing, effective learning, top-tier medical care, and non-polluting, abundant energy. And in short, what we're trying to be is future positive. There's a ton of negative conversation in conversations about the future, especially in climate change. We just fundamentally believe that all is not lost and solutions are coming, and hence why everyone signed up for this prize. This tone, we tried to enumerate in all of our communication materials. We want to be more, we want to be optimistic and straightforward, but still carry that urgency because these problems are urgent. And so more than anything though, we want to be impact focused. And sometimes that impact focus isn't felt until years later. Our first prize, our first competition, the Ansari XPRIZE, was awarded way back in 2004 by Spaceship One. This proved that space tourism and going to space more frequently was possible. And so it was a real breakthrough at the time, but for that was more in the science, the aerospace community, but for the real broad population, that impact wasn't really felt until 17 years later this year when Virgin Galactic went to space, ushering in the era of space tourism. So I think we're looking at a similar payoff with this prize. The winners, they're going to be announced in 2025, but the true impact won't be felt until years later. So from our perspective, yes, there's going to be grand prize winners, but what we're really trying to do is inspire a whole army, a legion of climate change fighting technology that will work all together to help humanity. It's not just about that grand prize winners. So some communication standards, some do's and don'ts. Please, please, please use XPRIZE, all caps, one word. Over the years, I know we've had a few variations, and I just kind of want to avoid being brand police because we're trying to be more consistent in who we are, which will help our recruitment and our efforts for all of our other prizes as we try to help solve some of these other problems. So yeah, XPRIZE, one word, not X-Prize, X, capital X, lowercase, the rest, just, yeah, I don't want to be brand police. It's really simple, but I know it's still something we're adjusting to because our brand's changed over the years. And then here is also some appropriate uses of our logo and inappropriate uses of our logo. We want to use our logo over clean imagery that ensures ample contrast. So basically want it to be legible. And here the top ones, we use the layer with, of course, the white. They can just see that the logo, you could read and see what it is. Here it kind of gets lost in translation, just with all the background text, all stuff. Just some small use cases. I've seen some teams already submit their website mockups, and thank you for submitting those. Very helpful. I'll kind of get into approvals in a few slides later. Here, XPRIZE carbon removal basic guidelines, competition title, XPRIZE carbon removal, not the carbon removal XPRIZE. This shift also happened in the last 2 years or so, and we've seen the reward in our foundation's public relations, social, and web engagement. Putting XPRIZE first adds and aids that brand recognition. So please, XPRIZE carbon removal. Another aspect that I want us to all be clear on is funded by the Musk Foundation, not Elon Musk. It's an important distinction that we want to be clear with and consistent with. And our tagline, our hook, the largest incentive prize in history. So submissions and approvals. We do ask for approvals for marketing communications materials that reference us. I heard Marcus just mention it about 5 minutes ago, but a general rule of thumb is if it's press facing, required to submit for approval. We'll get back to you in 3 days, often sooner, in 24 hours. And for websites, creative photos, again, send us an email if our logo is being included. Yeah, print, digital, broadcast, press releases. Once you get that initial feedback, usually gets much smoother and you can kind of be more autonomous and start publishing materials. But especially near the beginning of the prize, as we build our relationship, it is important that we just talk through and give those approvals for how you're using the XPRIZE carbon removal logo. Areas that you can't use XPRIZE are on the team's URL address, social media usernames, group names. Basically, we don't want to be a part of your team name, your company name, your identity. we can augment, but we don't want to be a main component. We want you to be your own full-fledged team or company that then we could help amplify, but not be completely associated with in those names. And meta tags, Google AdWords, other files. If you don't know what those are, that's fine. You don't need to just email me. We could help with that as you sort of build out your websites as the prizes go on. But those are just some easy do's and don'ts and what we look for in approvals. Some teams have already submitted press releases, which is fantastic. We encourage everyone to announce any sort of milestones that you may have, which goes into our team storytelling. We really want to encourage team partners to tell stories throughout the life of Prize. Typically, Prize milestones offer incredible PR opportunities for whatever your community may be, especially signing on for the prize. We've seen some teams get some nice press coverage from their local media. Then those in-between moments, though, when there's not a milestone, when we announce the prize milestone winners and this upcoming April, or the finalist announcements, or you look at other prize qualified teams, semifinalists, but in between those moments, really offer chances to tell the deeper impact-driven narrative about the why. Why are we all involved? And for our fans and followers, they love learning more about you, the teams. And ideally, we'd love to do in-depth features on each team and your accomplishments, but we don't really have the budget or the bandwidth to accomplish that. So for the framing of how can we help support you, I'd love for you to think of us all as an additional distribution channel. We can help spread the word of your campaigns. If you tag us, we could really help amplify and reshare. So when things go live, whenever you're working on campaigns, after you kind of got the approval from the creative, and you publish them on your channels, email me the links of when they go live, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, or whatnot, and we'll repost, we'll engage, we'll reshare across our channels. The key phrase for us as the prize develops for what our fans and followers like is show, don't tell. People love sort of those real photos, the physical updates of your solutions, whatever demonstrations that you're building. That's where you're gonna have the most excitement from our community. And that is generally the guidance we want to give from the team storytelling. Any questions, you're more than happy to email me. It's caden.kennard@xprize.org. I know there's also a toolkit that summarizes much of the information I've gone over today, and has some of our core assets, like some key art and some videos that you could use for your communications. And that's it from like a XPRIZE marketing communications perspective of how we'd love to work together. Again, open for any questions. Are there any, I see a few in, where should we send press releases for approval? caden.kennard@xprize.org would be the best email, most direct. We also have prcontact@xprize.org that I have access to. So for you, Laurel Tincture. And then thanks, Brooke. The toolkit is under the resources tab in POP, I believe. I'm not as familiar with POP as I should be, so sorry if I'm misleading anybody. But do we have to approve press release templates? There is a press release template for signing on. If you just registered, that's also in that resource. So yeah, and again, any other questions, just let me know. I'm here to help you. We want to collaborate and work together. Our community really wants to hear from you.
Kaden, here's a question from Jeremy Brown asking, is it okay to do the template press materials without an approval?
That's a good question. I still would like at the beginning some approval. If you use a template, it's going to be the quickest yes you've ever seen. But just as we kind of begin our journey together, yeah, for the time being, I would like approval.
Here's another question from Jeremy Brown. Is it okay if we own a news company and use a press template to post? Because that's what I did and just use the template. So similar vein.
Yeah, sounds like it's already live. So if you just want to shoot me the link, happy to look at it. But again, if it's a template already, it's going to be an easy yes. We also have our brand guidelines, which is a link that we're working on. And I know it's not exactly perfect, but it is a link that could show you how to use our logo, our brand tone that we're looking for. So for your web and creative team, or if it's yourself, you could refer to that when you start implementing whatever ways you use our logo, and it could speed up this approval process.
you just reiterate about the marketing and communications toolkit? I'm seeing a question about that.
Yeah, I should have looked at that before I joined, but there is one, just sort of like you signed on, congratulations, you registered for XPRIZE carb removal. It's Nikki, check me here, but it's a link in the resources tab that has some baseline messaging for, what is XPRIZE carb removal, who is XPRIZE, what is XPRIZE, how we like to present ourselves. Here's some suggested social language for you signing on. Here's some key art imagery that's a little bit more abstract. As the years go on, we get more solutions. That will evolve, but it also has, suggested social language and press release template if you want to announce your registration. Christ commanded, it is okay to use the template videos of recruitment for team recruitment. That's kind of what it's there for. Use through your own channels. If you do update or edit anyway, then we'll definitely need approvals.
I see one for you, Caden. An example situation, you're approached by media looking to write a story about your team, including participation in the prize. Does the story need to be sent to you or us for approval?
So if it's about your team, your solution, we encourage all interview aspects, regardless of the situation. Yes, we're not going to really get in the way. If a journalist does reach out to you, just shoot me an email and let me know the story, their pitch, their sort of what the angle that they're looking for. And we'll just sort of give our input on how we'd like to approach from the XPRIZE perspective. But it's not something we're going to get in the way of, because we know each of your teams and you have your own goals, and we just want to make sure it's just messaged properly. But sorry, Marcus, I kind of lost the plot there. What was the exact question?
It was a media outlet calls a team and says, I want to do a story on you, including the fact that you're participating in the prize. Do they need to run it by you first?
Because of how specific it is about the prize, yeah, do run it by us. Again, though, we're really, historically, I've been here about 2 years. We've never gotten in the way of a team interview. We more just want to be made aware and just understand, maybe we have some background with the journalists already that might say, no, we actually don't want this to happen. But that's it hasn't happened in my 2 years, but it does we want to be prepared just in case. We have history with a lot of journalists. And then maybe the journalist will speak with Marcus or someone else from the team, Mike or Nikki or Rupa.
I'm not seeing many more specific to comms at the moment, but maybe just hand things back over to you, Rupa, for the general Q&A. We can, Kaden, you can stay as long as we can, and if you need to drop, we'll do our best.
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay.
I just wanted to hit on a general point I've seen in some of the questions. I think I hit this before, but do you have to have something working by February 1st that you collect data? Yes. Can it be at any scale? Yes. Does it have to be full carbon removal? No, it doesn't. We just want some evidence that some aspect of your proposed solution is already functional. And evidence means data, means verifiable data. Is that right, Mike? Yeah, great. So, to put this in really plain language, you can show us very early stage experiments that show that a physical effect that you're relying on to make your carbon removal solution work is actually real, and you've done some measurement. That's totally fine. It could be a subsystem. Maybe it's easy to carve that out. Some teams have said it's hard to distinguish. We need some evidence that something in your proposal is already working to distinguish yours from maybe another team's that has just ideas on paper. So I hope that part is coming through.
Okay. Question from Zion. Do we need to capture data that can be calculated based on previous measurements, such as CO2 captured per meter squared of a certain forest?
Yeah, I was actually just typing an answer to that one. I think the answer is yes. That's likely okay. It's always preferable if you can measure things directly to do so. But in some cases that might not be possible or practical. You might have to rely on indirect measurements or estimates using well-established literature values, and in lots of cases that's okay. I'll just say it's the kind of disclaimer is it really is up to each team to make the best case possible. This is a competition, and so teams who have robust direct measurements will be favored by the judges.
I'm not sure if Alayna is still on. No. Okay. Question from, some of these are not questions per se, so I'm just reading through. Okay, question from Charles Curry. How can we estimate the CO2 transportation emissions for shipping on things we order for our upstream CO2 emissions? I have no idea how to estimate the shipping from the mines to the distributor and on to me.
Yeah, good question. So the first thing you want to do is make sure that you are able to articulate and include all of those upstream sources or supply chains, if you will, in the definition of your project. And there are a number of sources that can help you estimate what the emissions associated with those things are. So I think the priority needs to be making sure that all of those things are included in the scope of the project that you're pitching and kind of included in the analysis and the templates and so on. And then it's kind of like we just have to do our best to try and fill in the gaps. I hope that answers your question. I definitely understand that it's at this point in the competition, many teams are in very early stages, and so it's hard to anticipate what those things are. But we really have to do our best to put on our research hats and our engineer hats and try and make estimates that are as good as we can. Okay, here's a question from Will Hessard about the durability of biochar. This has been a question I've seen a couple of times today. Is there a consensus on the durability of biochar, or is that something we should get supporting evidence for? The answer is you should get supporting evidence for it. I'm not a biochar expert. My understanding is that there are many different forms of biochar and that the durability is very dependent on the sort of the underlying chemistry in that biochar. So it might be possible to produce biochar that's more durable versus less durable. In fact, we know it's possible to produce biochar that's more durable versus less durable. It is up to each team to make that justification and show that their product is does have the durability that they claim.
Most recent one from Nick is a digital computational fluid dynamics model or analysis of verifiable enough analytic. Some models are verifiable, but it's not the same as measured performance data. So we much prefer measured performance data. For instance, I mean, I'm not sure what you're doing, but if you're, well, we prefer measure performance to model performance.
Yeah, I will say though that if you have done some like model verification, like if you've built the model and then verified it against some kind of physical system, then that could work. I think we've got a few questions in here. I've seen a few questions over the course of the morning about how to change your name, or, you know, is it important what your team name is? Rupa, can you talk a little bit about the importance of the team name, if they need to make a change, how they make a change,
Sure.
and so on?
Yeah, you can edit your team name in POP when you go to your team profile. You can also, in your team summary part of the milestone submission, that's where you can also change your name there. Your team name doesn't really have any huge significance to us in terms of, you know, you're free to choose your team name that represents your team. It can be separate from your legal entity. That's something that we get a lot of questions on, whether they need to be the same. So yeah, you're free to change your team name at any time in the competition. We've seen teams do this already in the last few months. So
yeah, awesome. A couple questions about insurance. So the general idea, as we've said before, is we are asking you to carry insurance for your own safety and protection. And we're asking you for just some kind of proof of insurance. Exactly what does that look like? It could be a copy of the policy. It could be a certificate of compliance from your insurer. We're fairly flexible about that. A few people have noted that the insurance regimes are different in different countries. Yes, that's true. We call it commercial general liability insurance here in the US. Whatever is equivalent where you are is totally fine. The Musk Foundation, and so remember, this is insurance to protect yourself in case of any kind of accidents or damages. XPRIZE Foundation has its own insurance. Musk Foundation has its own insurance. Sometimes your insurer may ask that those organizations be listed as co-insured. That's fine, but just to be clear, that doesn't mean we're asking you to insure XPRIZE or Musk Foundation. You're insuring your own operations. We're just asking you to do that for everyone's safety and protection. The insurance stuff can get annoying and complicated. We totally understand that. Do what you can, make inquiries. Insurance is pretty widely available, but it can be a little complicated to explain the project, and we're happy to help with that if you send us email. But do your best to acquire it, and we're here to help.
Just one additional point on that. There was also some questions just about timing of providing insurance. I think there's a reference in the competitor agreement saying that insurance does need to be provided. I think it said within 60 days of registering for the competition. So a few people have asked us about this, you know, who registered a little bit earlier. So we've given a little bit of leeway there, and we're not actually requiring that you submit your proof of insurance until the February 1st submission deadline. So it is part of the whole submission portal, and you'll just upload it in there. And then another question about if you needed to provide proof of insurance at that time, even if you weren't applying for the milestone submission, but plan to compete like in the future parts of the competition. So if that is the case for you, I think that's probably the minority of people that we're talking about here who've registered at this point. But we do want you to have insurance in place before you begin physical operations. So if you are starting to work this year or in 2022, you should send over your proof of insurance into your portal upload right there, even if you aren't submitting in February, because that will cover you for your operations in the full competition.
Question from David Alinowitz. Can you specify somewhere precisely what is included in the capital recovery factor so that we can ensure that we do not include any of those in our direct costing analysis?
Yeah, good question. I've seen a few questions about that. So We've written in the rules, I'm just reading from the rules document here, the capital recovery factor is meant to account for all soft costs related to the project, including taxes, depreciation, cost of capital, all other owner's costs and contingencies. I can certainly, I'll have to have a think about how to be more precise about that, because it really is sort of meant to be a catch-all to catch all the costs aside from the sort of the bare erected cost and the EPC costs, you know, the hard cost associated with the project. So like everything else kind of gets lumped in underneath the cost of capital. So I'll just take another closer read at the rules, and we will issue a clarification if we can on that point. Thanks for the question.
Okay, question from Marcus. If a technology is being employed on land water operations, such as in commercial cargo harbors, how is this data to be reported? By accounting for modifications or simply the additional infrastructure added by the technology?
Sorry, Rupa, could you just ask that again?
Yeah. Question from Marcus. If a technology is being employed on land and water operations, such as in commercial cargo harbors, how is this data to be reported? By accounting for modifications or simply the additional infrastructure added by the technology?
Yeah, okay, that's an interesting point. I mean, I think for the, you know, there's a couple of things. First of all, we want to make it clear, you know, what the plan is. You know, the judges kind of have to understand what the shape and the size and the level of effort is required in setting up your demonstration. I'm talking with reference to the specific proposal, you know, for how you're gonna set up your demonstration over the next couple of years. For the cost piece, you know, I think that, you know, basically harbors would fall under the envelope of high value land. So, you know, the whatever space that whatever footprint that your solution is going to require in the harbor would be subject to that cost. And then the ocean is kind of considered you know, largely unpriced, based on my understanding of things. If you do feel the need to attribute a cost of ocean area, you may do so. There's a space to do that in the cost calculator.
Just to reference everything that's happening the rest of the week. So for folks who've been asking, just want to make it clear that we dropped all that information into the chat. So there is kind of a second part to the team summit. After today, we'll be transitioning into a different format, which is more focused around the different tracks that we've been talking about. So there are 4 different 2-hour sessions that you can sign up for, whichever is relevant to the work that you're doing. It might be just one track. Maybe you're interested in joining 2 or listening to more. That is totally up to you. All of the RSVP links I just pasted in the chat, so you can click on them if you haven't signed up for your session yet. The format for those will have several different guest speakers for each session to kick things off. So definitely something to look forward to, remarks from experts in each of those different spaces. A handful of those folks are involved with the work that we're doing, either as a judge or an advisory board member or a partner organization that we've been working with. But they all have a lot of great advice to bring to the table as you're thinking about your ocean CDR solution or your mineralization solution. So whatever it may be, they're great resources, and we'll be, you know, giving some thoughtful advice to get you guys started, pointing out challenges, kind of the state of play in each of those areas. So that will be the beginning, and then we'll have an opportunity to go deep with them on questions. And then we're excited to bring everyone together for some networking as well. So we're going to be doing a handful of breakout rooms for teams to get to know other teams in their track. So a great opportunity to do mini pitches to other competitors in the competition and potentially find other individuals if you're looking for team members or collaborators. So that's a great way to get to know other people. So we'll record those sessions as well if you're not able to join, but just want to make sure everybody has them. And if you need anything, just shoot us over an email and let us know. I think we're about at time for our session today, but there are still a number of questions here. So I think we'll just stay on and keep answering things as they come in, but consider this kind of your formal invitation to drop off if you have another commitment in your day. But thank you guys so much for being with us, and we'll just keep powering through these. So feel free to stay on if you have questions that haven't been answered yet.
Okay, question from an anonymous attendee. Members of my team published a peer-reviewed paper with data that shows proof of concept of our CDR solution. Can we fill out the verification checklist based on this, or should we get a second third-party verification done?
Good question. So like typically a standard, like a peer review process for a journal would not be considered verification. But if your publication articulates technical on the ground verification that has happened already, that might be sufficient. So peer review doesn't meet the standard, but if it's a publication relating to verification activities, then that might meet the standard. So start with the checklist. I mean, feel free to email us if you have any more specific questions about that, or you can forward us the paper and I'd be happy to take a look.
Is a question from Ralph. Is the flue gas point source? I'm sorry. Is a flue gas point source from combustion of biomass acceptable for a CO2 source?
Yes. The combusting biomass, you can argue, the biomass is an embodiment of atmospheric CO2. So that's totally fine. The catch is you do need to account for all the emissions associated with the cultivation of the biomass and demonstrate that the biomass has been sourced sustainably. So provided you can do that, that's totally fine.
Okay. Here. Question from Marcus. For demo of key components, can we use an existing technology to provide data for our overall system?
Sorry, I was just typing to another. Oh, here we go. For demo of key components, can we use an existing technology to provide data for the overall system? Yes, that's fine. There's no requirement that you build something new from scratch. You can use an existing system. Okay, a question that we've got a few times this morning is around what can be claimed as revenues, and specifically can carbon offsets, sale of carbon offsets be included as revenues? So I want to be, the answer is no. We do not want to see you claiming the sale of carbon offsets as revenues. And the reason is because everybody is going to be claiming the sale of carbon offsets as revenues. And at this point in time, the value of those offsets is not well established, or for that matter, tied to quality of removal. So, so for now, we're just focused on the cost of carbon removal, and then any revenues that are associated with sort of tangible and fungible co-benefits, whether that's the production of a product or service. You can include that kind of stuff, but the sale of offsets is kind of assumed to make up the difference. That's kind of the way we see the world heading. Having said that, if you can raise money by selling carbon offsets during the competition, we would love to see you do that. So we do not restrict any of your revenue sources in the real world. So there's kind of a difference between how we consider offsets sort of like, in the real world versus excluding them from the cost estimates that we're using for this round of the competition.
Question from Megan Rudder. If you already own the land and have already established the planting, you include that in the cost of setup?
Yeah, so the cost calculation, remember, is for a hypothetical megaton scaled project. So that would be like the idea is to create a completely additional brand new project. We want to understand how much that would cost. So so you kind of have to assume that you're starting from scratch.
Question. This is two questions from Henadi. It says, does stabilizing carbon in communal biodegradable waste count as capture? I think it probably depends, and it's probably up to you to articulate the details on how that might exactly work. So it's kind of an interesting case. I can't quite picture it, but I think it probably depends on your implementation. For above that is Ronaldo says, help us understand the insurance demand based on an example. If I understand the question right, to be blunt, if you have an accident that results in, let's say, a loss of property, a big piece of equipment breaks, or somebody is injured, that accident has a cost, and the purpose of insurance is to insure yourself against that kind of an accident. The reason XPRIZE requires that you carry insurance is because XPRIZE would then be liable for that kind of damage and loss. And our foundation relies on us needing to carry insurance, and we can't, we're not able to do so with these competitions if our competitors are not insured themselves. So that's a mouthful, but I hope that explains it.
Okay, question from Timothy Wilson. For revenue, do you differentiate between a carbon tax and a carbon offset as a source of revenue?
Yeah, we don't want to see teams claiming either of those things in this specific cost calculation. Revenues from government subsidies and that sort of thing are excluded from the cost calculation, but you're welcome to take advantage of those. If you can generate revenue from those things over the next couple of years, we'd love you to take advantage of those things. We just don't want to include them in the cost estimate.
Okay. Question from Marcus. What if the carbon is to be utilized in a future project, such as the construction of a space elevator tether? It would be a resource and not a product. Is this eventually acceptable?
Yeah, as long as it's like long-lived and that it's not going to re-emit, the emissions are durably sequestered, then that's that's fine. I mean, I think the trouble with that is establishing the value. Again, we've tried to focus teams on using 2021 values for all of the estimates. So to say, if you're making a super material that might be worth millions of dollars a ton someday in the future, that's that might raise some red flags. But if you can use revenues of of how things are today, that's considered more justifiable.
Okay, question from Dusan. What if dozens of governments and cities, communities will declare that they will buy byproduct of our carbon removal, in this case, water? Can this be calculated to lowering the price?
Yeah, as long as you can provide a justifiable price, that's fine.
Okay, question from Michael Norfleet. If a company decides to engage in direct air capture adjacent to other, moved up. Hold on. Okay, yeah, if a company decides to engage in direct air capture adjacent to other industrial and polluting businesses, sorry, I keep losing my place. I think when a new question comes up, it moves everything down. Okay. Just trying to find this question again. 1 second.
Oh, I think I see it, Rupa. Is it?
Did you answer? Oh, okay.
The company decides to engage in a direct air capture adjacent to another. Okay. And a
Thanks.
polluting business. Yeah, it happens to be on my screen. Is this considered company strategy to locate next to a polluting business, or is it considered a point source? It highlights the difference of rural versus urban operations. It's company strategy. If you're getting it from the air, it's not a point source. Point source would be a pipe from that industrial facility directly into your setup, whatever that means, so that you're taking the CO2 from the point of combustion, not from the air. Let me just say too, there have been a few comments about this. We totally appreciate the fact that cutting off CO2 at the source or preventing its production in the first place is very important and valuable. We're not saying those are more valuable in CDR. We're saying they're different and they're out of scope. The scope of this competition is it's already in the air, it's already in the oceans. Can you get it from there? B. Sant had a similar question. Can you take CO2 from cement flue gas? The answer is no. No industrial flue gases, whether they're from combustion or from natural, not natural, but other chemical processes like calcining or whatever in your cement process. Got to get it from ambient air or seawater. Prakash Kumar asks the same question. Oh, a mixture of biomass, biofuel, and fossil fuel. So I guess this is a loophole in the point source. I think the answer is it has to be carbon negative. And if you take the CO2 from fossil combustion, it'll never be carbon negative. Or it's extremely unlikely to be so. You'd have to prove how that can be carbon negative. Because remember, the point of removal at the end of the day is to be net reducing atmospheric CO2 intensity.
Few questions about when this recording will be available online. Rupa, it shouldn't take you very long to get this.
Yeah, I plan to send out an email with the recording of today's session and the links to all the track sessions coming up today. So look for that. I think it'll just take a couple hours to get everything together after we're through, and I'll send that email out. So
These are great questions.
Yeah.
I'm just looking in the chat. I think a couple other people have recorded the session and are posting them. I mean, that's all cool. We'll definitely post one, but
That's great. Thank you for doing that.
yeah, get it elsewhere if it's available there too. And we will be sharing our slides, and we're trying to find ways to get the chat and the Q&A shared as well, if that hasn't been said before.
Here's a question. What kind of insurance is sufficient insurance? This is defined in the competitors agreement, which you signed when you registered for the competition. The other place you could find it is when you log into POP, there is something called a compliance checklist, insurance compliance checklist, which reiterates those requirements. So those are the two places you can go to see the insurance requirements.
There's a question here about whether you really need to demonstrate like the full end-to-end solution, basically. So the solution is based on the premise the DAC would be scalable within a decade or two, and they were planning to focus on sequestration for their demonstration, but this is clearly articulated in the rules, but you are required to demonstrate the full end-to-end solution. So you would need to have a DAC partner basically for your submission to demonstrate the actual direct air capture component of the carbon removal solution.
Just a couple other verification questions that have come up. If you have verified a system in the past, your system in the past, can you submit those results? Yes, if we're talking about the same system. There was a question earlier, can the verifier be part of your team, or can the verifier join your team? The answer I wrote was, if they've already done the verification, not as a member of your team, if they were independent at the time of the verification, I think that counts. It's maybe normal that somebody that knows a lot about your system, you might want to have them help you work on it. But what we don't want is an existing team member who's helped develop a system to be called the validator, because that wouldn't be independent.
It would also be inappropriate to conduct a verification, under the premise that there's a job in it for you.
Yeah.
That would be a severe conflict of interest. So just be careful to manage any conflicts like that.
Sumit is asking about tree planting and global averages. You can use CO2 data, sequestration data from your particular species or collection of species if you're not monocropping. And the second part, can this be, we educate locals, can cutting your overhead costs drastically, can this be used in your final amount spent on the project? Yeah, you'll have an opportunity to detail your operating costs, labor being part of those. If you are using, maybe you're implying that you're educating locals or you're creating your own workforce, or maybe you're using volunteers, that's all fine. And it can be included in your rough labor estimates. Hope that helps. I just see a note in the chat from Stefan saying that liabilities above $600,000 US equivalent are typically not available commercially. If you're running into that problem, maybe please contact us with a bit more detail. And contact us means carbonremoval@xprize.org.
Question from Grant. You have said that demo can be a part of the process and also all components of all processes. Please clarify.
So basically, our approach here is that, you know, we anticipate that teams are off doing a variety of things, and they're building out their carbon dioxide removal technologies in a variety of different ways. The demonstration requirements are really just an invitation to show us the work that you're already doing. So if you're working on a specific tiny aspect of your CDR system, then show us the performance of that system. If you have something that's a little bit more broad and built out, then show us the performance of that broader piece. If you have multiple small demos, and maybe they haven't all been brought together yet, you might highlight one or more of those. So it's really up to you to decide how you want to position your demonstration in such a way that it supports the overall viability and performance of the system that you're proposing to build over the next couple of years. Okay, I think I answered this question from David already, but this is about whether or not you can purchase a steady stream of CO2 from Praxair or another global CO2 gas production company. Just the answer, if you missed it before, is the CO2, the source of the CO2 is very important. And so if Praxair is able to provide you CO2 that's sourced from the air or the oceans, that's totally fine. You can rely on them as a commercial partner. We will want to see technical documentation outlining the energy and the costs and the emissions associated with sourcing that CO2 and verifying that it is in fact sourced from the air or the ocean. So no worries. You're totally welcome to work with a commercial partner on sourcing the CO2, but you are going to have to fulfill the technical requirements of the submission. Yeah, okay, so a question from Michael about positioning direct air capture adjacent to other industrial and polluting businesses, taking advantage of slightly higher CO2 concentrations. You know, this is like maybe a little bit of a loophole. We do want to make sure that that the air that you're pulling the CO2 out of is ambient air. So that means it should, you know, when we talk about ambient air, you know, the global average CO2 concentration is, what is it, 44 parts per million? So it should be in that range, you know. If it's 45 or 46 or 48 because you're right next to a smokestack, you know, maybe you've found a little kind of a short-lived little hack there, but that isn't really the point of the competition. And if you found a source of air that's much higher concentration than CO2, then I would say that is not direct air capture. That's kind of just my opinion. I think you'd be sort of throwing yourself at the mercy of the judges if you decide to pursue that strategy. Okay, Nathan asks, we've been told that the working model can be based on other similar projects that have been constructed since the scope might be very large. Wetlands that were constructed can be used as a template for our wetlands development. Next phases for indirect carbon capture would regional climate modules suffice for the following rounds and third-party verification? So, I mean, you know, we've tried to make the requirements for demonstrations very clear. We want to see your team build and operate something working in the real world. And anything outside of that is really kind of like, you know, you're sort of taking a risk, I would say, of being passed over for another team that has a more sort of tangible working demonstration. So I'd encourage you to find some way that you can collect real world operating data and use that in conjunction with some of your regional climate models to support your claims. Okay, here's a question from Ui. What about using natural point sources like volcanic activities, etc.? That's an interesting question. I haven't had that question before. The answer is no. I think that one of the challenges with sourcing CO2 from volcanoes is that it's not, you know, not necessarily scalable to gigatons. The point is that CO2 didn't originate in the atmosphere, and what we're trying to do is draw down CO2 from the atmosphere rather than you know, stop emissions that are otherwise occurring. You know, that's just how we position the competition.
There's a question here kind of getting at conflicts of interest, asking about if you know anybody on the XPRIZE leadership team. So XPRIZE is not actually involved with making the decisions for awards. So just to be clear, you know, we don't get to pick who will receive all of the milestone awards and grand prize awards. The judges will be responsible for those decisions. And we do have a process for conflict of interest management with the judges. So any submissions that they have a conflict with, they'll be recused from the discussions on those submissions specifically. So just wanted to make that clear to everyone. Another question here, maybe just trying to clarify that the February 1st milestone is looking at what's been done so far versus what will be done in the future, and a clarification on verification if there are two technologies. So a couple points in that question, I think. The submission on February 1st is looking at both what has been done to date and what your plan is for the future, because at this point, we don't expect that you have a fully operating system up and running and ready to go, but we do want to see the data on the key component that you have operating so far. That will be important for the judges, and that's what the first verification is for. But the submission also does ask for kind of an explanation of the plan of your full end-to-end carbon removal solution that you will be demonstrating over the next few years in the competition. So you do need to explain what your plan is in that sense. And then as far as multiple technologies, yes, everything will need to be verified eventually. If you only have one working component for the February 1st submission, a verification of just that piece is fine. But as we move forward in the competition, we will be verifying all the different pieces. And there was a kind of similar question about teams who have multiple ideas. And just to clarify, you are allowed to submit multiple submissions in the competition. However, there are a few points to that. If you have unique solutions that you'd like to be considered by the judges, you do need to register different teams for those submissions. So for the milestone awards, that deadline has passed, so you have to have already registered your team. But moving forward, if you wanted to submit two different concepts for the judges' consideration, you could register a second team to submit a second idea if you wanted to.
I think we're almost at our time,
Yeah.
our new time.
So Michael Norfleet is asking about how to quantify extraneous negative effects that are related to the process and are not connected to carbon. So really, really great question, Michael. Section 9 is about sustainability, and it asks directly about the non-CO2 environmental impacts of your system. So that's where you address it. How to quantify is really up to you. I don't have the answer to that. I think it's very context dependent. One of the challenges with full-blown life cycle analyses is that's really hard. How do you put a value on that? We in this round of the competition are not including those effects in the cost, but we do want you to identify them and describe them and articulate them as best as possible. If you are able to provide a cost, that's great, just to demonstrate to the judges that you're aware of the issue and that you've got a ways of mitigating. So George Wilson asks if a one-on-one Q&A is possible via Zoom. I'll just say that, one of the challenges that we have, we're a very small team and there's very many of you. So it's very difficult for us to offer one-on-one Zoom discussions. We are doing weekly Q&A sessions between now and the submission. So I would encourage you to show up and just keep firing questions at us. If you have specific questions, you can reach out to us by email. Again, it's, we're getting a lot of inbound, and so it's taking us a little bit of time to turn around email responses, but we're going to do our best to get things back to people very quickly. So I think actually the weekly Q&As are probably your best bet for getting questions answered about this.
I'm just seeing somebody, I can't see the name for some reason, AB. I put a question in at 1:58 Mountain Time. So what's that, 12:58 our time? I'd love an answer, thanks. I'm not seeing it, but the initials are AB. Maybe it was answered by text.
Yeah, let's see.
Feel free to ask it again if you want to just type it in again, and we'll get to you.
Feel free to type it in.
So Amir is asking a question about using pre-existing DAC. It sounds like your project is about integrating some systems. You have engineering data, you have simulation, you have engineering. That's great. The question is, if you don't have enough funding to do a demonstration, how do you recommend us participate? So, the only advice that I can give is that, we don't have any requirements about the size or scope of the demonstration. So any way you can collect some real world data and show us that that the process that you've articulated and all this good engineering work is going to work, would be fine. I think high quality engineering goes a long, long, long way in this competition, just knowing the judges that we have and the focus that they have. But they do want to see some kind of working demonstration happening. But it can be, like I said, any scale, it can be any scope. It's up to you to maybe get creative about that. Does preventing wildfires count as preserving natural carbon sequestration ability? This is a great question, okay? Really great question. So this plays into the question of durability, where if you can improve the durability of standing carbon stocks, does that count as carbon removal? You know, that's an interesting take. I think I'd love to see you make that case to the judges. I would just say that preventing wildfires can't on its own would not be considered carbon removal, but as a part of a system where you can quantify the overall flux of carbon that's going into the forests, and the fact that the fire suppression is improving the durability of that forest, you have to look at that whole system as a whole. I hope that makes sense. So you can't just draw the box around the fire suppression piece. Okay. Grant is asking about whether demos can be virtual. I think Grant, just correct me if I'm wrong. Are you asking if the verification can be like in person or remote? I think that remote verification is possible. I think it depends on the preferences of your verifier and of your technology. So you know, I think it's up to you to manage that. Hey, we're getting to the bottom of the Q&A stack here. I can also see, you know, the participation is dwindling. I know it's been a really long session this morning, so thanks to everyone who's still
166 people on. So
I hope this has been, yeah, I hope this has been helpful for you guys. Just Rupen, Marcus, it looks like you're typing an answer. You've got a draft answer started for these other questions. I'm not sure if they've been addressed or not.
Yeah, I think.
So I think the Michael Norfleet question we talked about, ambient air should be your CO2 source, or ocean, ambient ocean conditions.
There was a question about media rights overriding existing media rights that a team has. The answer is no, it doesn't. And again, if you have a concern with that part of the agreement, please email us. Some people are listening to the end. I love it.
Okay, so Francois is asking another comment about suppressing forest fire. You know, I think that forest fire suppression can be part of a solution, but it wouldn't be a solution on its own. We want to see the mechanism of CO2 removal. We want to see the mechanism of sequestration, and managing that sequestration is where the fire suppression might come into play. So, so that can be part of it, but not all of it. Okay, so anonymous attendee asks if the system needs to be completed to make the data, but the theories are strong. Energy balance and theories are demonstrated by reputable parties, and that all the technical elements are there. Is it possible to show 40% of the elements of the system without data? So we want to see some data from something, but it doesn't need to be complete. So if you only have like a little piece operating today, or if you're working on a bunch of pieces and you've got a couple of them working and a couple other not working, but they're not integrated, you can show demo from those pieces. That's totally fine. You don't have to have like everything together at this point in the competition. We want you to get it together by 2024.
Question from David. I think we're almost done, but then I see questions come in, and I know some people are waiting for us to sign off. I think we are actually going to end this, but David says they selected the air track, even though algae is. I think the question is maybe they were in the wrong track. Is this bad? It's not bad. If we find it's really an ocean solution in the in the pile of air submissions, we'll just take it out and move it into the ocean pile to make sure an ocean oriented person has a chance to review that. So we're asking you to self-select as much as you can to help us, frankly, but it's not fatal if you end up in the wrong bin. We'll find you and make sure you get in the right place. Dare I say that's the end?
I think so. Well, everyone, thanks for sticking with us since this morning. Next steps would be, if you haven't signed up for one of our track sessions coming up, be sure to do that. I'll be sending an email to everyone who's a registered team, link to a recording of this, as well as the links to register for our 4 track sessions that will be this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Anyone else have any comments to make before we close out?
Feel free to come to more than one session later this week. Don't feel like you have to pick and
at
choose.
least, yeah, we're
going to have exciting experts from all over the place on each day.
Yeah. Feel free to attend more than what you are registered for your track. There'll be a chance to network, a good opportunity to speak to others in your same track or others you're looking to team up with, etc. So we look forward to seeing you the rest of this week. Bye, everyone.